Okay.
It's not number 11, is it?
He was the one put in that center.
Do we have a phone number?
I'm not.
So, you know how to locate people here,
Yeah, I'm
right?
gonna give Christina the name and
Okay,
then
let's
they're gonna
start with
call.
that.
This is the one
Oh yeah, she's impressive. Yeah, yeah. Now she got up at the beginning of.
Please be seated. Good morning, everyone. We are on the record to begin day 2. We're in the presence of the jury. Mr. Bahena is present along with the attorneys of record. Prior to the state calling their first witness this morning, do we have further record we need to make regarding exhibits?
We do, Judge. As you know, we've provided both the court and the defense with a copy of our exhibit list. And yesterday we moved in several exhibits. At this time, we would move in by agreement exhibits 11. Well, let me just do it this way. We'll move in a total of exhibits 1 through 52 inclusive. I know some of those have already been admitted, but just for ease of the record here, by agreement we have, we would offer now state's exhibits 1 through 52 inclusive that are on our list. I talked to Mr. Freeze prior to starting court this morning, and I believe that he is in agreement to stipulate to those at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Freeze, 1 through 52 of the state, is that agreeable?
It is.
At this point in time, state's exhibits 1 through 52 are admitted into evidence. With that then, the state may call its next witness.
The state calls Deputy Steve Kivy.
Mr. Kivy, can you step over here real quick? I'll swear you. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Okay. Go ahead and be seated over there if you would.
Don't get too close. Speak up.
Mr. Claver, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you state and spell your name, please?
Steve Kivy, K-I-V as in Victor I,
And who is your employer?
Poweshiek County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for the Sheriff's Office?
I'm a deputy sheriff currently assigned to investigations.
How long have you held that position?
I've been with Poweshiek County for over 16 years, and I've been assigned as an investigator for over 8.
And do you have other law enforcement experience?
Yes, I was a police officer in Iowa City for 8 years.
And can you describe your training and experience as it pertains to law enforcement?
I graduated in 1996 from Indian Hills Community College with an associate degree in criminal justice and a bachelor's degree in political science. January of 1997, I was hired by the Iowa City Police Department. Began the academy a few days later, graduated in April, went through the field training process, completed that successfully, and for the next 7.5 years, worked in the patrol division.
Are you a certified peace officer in the state of Iowa?
Yes.
And Deputy Kivy, on July 19th, 2018, did you receive a call about a missing person?
Yes.
Can you describe that call, please?
Sheriff Kriegel called me at home. It was about 9:30 p.m. and told me that a 20-year-old female from Brooklyn named Mollie Tibbetts had been missing, and that Deputy Matt Simpson had been following up on that and investigating for the last few hours.
And what did you do in response to that call?
I went down to the sheriff's office and with intentions of trying to locate the phone or do something, but after talking to Deputy Simpson, that had already been done unsuccessfully. I was told that a search effort had been organized for first thing in the morning, and that I was supposed to start working on this the very next morning.
When you talk about the phone, what exactly are you referring to?
I thought we could ping the phone, try to locate the phone in an effort to find Mollie.
And whose phone were you
Mollie
trying to
Tibbetts.
locate? Do you know where Mollie Tibbetts was staying on the evening of July 18th?
Yes, she was staying at 622 West Des Moines Street in Brooklyn.
And whose residence was that?
That's the residence of Blake and Allie Jack, and Dalton Jack, Mollie's boyfriend, would stay there at that residence also when he was in town, when he wasn't on the road working.
Did you go to that residence at any point in time?
Yes. The next day, which would have been July 20th, the first thing I did is went to the sheriff's office and tried to start organizing this investigation, gathering as much information. I knew that search efforts were being organized in Brooklyn. So I was at the sheriff's office for, I don't know, a short time. And then maybe around 9:30 or 10 in the morning, I went to 622 West Des Moines, where I met DCI agent Trent Valletta.
And you're the investigator for the Poweshiek County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
And so would you be the person responsible for heading this search when it initially began?
Somewhat. The Friday kind of turned into, I mean, we had search effort, and then we had kind of an investigation angle to it too. I was more involved in like interviewing like Blake and Allie and Trent Valletta, and I walked through the home. I did end up searching though.
Did you find anything of interest during that search?
Not that morning, no.
And during the search of the home, was there any indication found as to where Mollie may have gone?
Well, Deputy Simpson had relayed to me that that Thursday night, the 19th, he had gone through the home at 622 West Des Moines, and he had also talked to Mollie's mother, Laura, and he had gone to their house at 114 Bear Drive in Brooklyn, and they noticed that her running shoes were gone, and that Blake had also told Matt Simpson that the dogs were in the basement. So those two things together indicated that she had probably gone for a run.
And did you learn during the course of your investigation Mollie's routine concerning her runs?
Yes.
And what did you learn?
We learned that she liked to jog at night or in the evening, late afternoon, and that her routes would vary, but that one of her routes would be 385th Avenue that runs east out of Brooklyn.
And Deputy Kivy, were there any other agencies involved in the investigation or search for Mollie Tibbetts?
Yes. The very first day, the July 20th, we had several law enforcement agencies. Our agency, we had assistance from Jasper County, State Patrol, DCI. I'm probably missing somebody, but we also had numerous volunteer firefighters, community members who were out searching road ditches, rural areas, fields.
Deputy Kivy, can you tell me what a canvas is?
Yeah, canvas is I guess it'd be an investigative technique that we employed during this time, where we went door to door, and I believe every residence in Brooklyn, trying to ascertain who lives there, who might have been visiting at the time that we believe she disappeared, any vehicles associated with the residence, and any video that they might have.
Is that something that was expanded beyond the city limits?
Yes. That technique was law enforcement related. We had other people searching fields and volunteers searching fields, but we also went door to door to farm residences, rural residences, and we focused our search effort in the rural areas. I would say basically in the I would say generally the southeastern quarter of our county.
Can you tell me approximately how long that process lasted?
At least a month.
Did you discover any evidence indicating where Mollie may have gone during the course of your canvass?
We had some initial information regarding her cell phone that led us to focus our efforts in that area.
Deputy, what was the significance to the search on the southeast part of the county?
We had information from an FBI analyst who did some research on her cell phone that led us to believe that the last location of her cell phone was in that area.
Of Mollie Tibbetts' cell
Yes.
phone? During the course of the investigation, was any surveillance video obtained?
Yes.
And from what sources was that obtained?
We had video from numerous sources. The one that was useful to us came from 616 West Des Moines Street, a residence in Brooklyn.
Whose residence was that?
Logan Collins.
What was significant about that video?
We had a team of law enforcement officers reviewing video from all kinds of places. In that particular video, the officers reviewing that picked up on a black Chevy Malibu that was seen in that area. And I'll back up a little bit. 616 East Des Moines Street. It's kind of on the eastern side of Brooklyn, and we believe that Mollie Tibbetts had been jogging in that area, and through their review of that video, they were able to ascertain that particular vehicle would have had to have been in the area when Mollie Tibbetts was jogging through, and most likely would have seen her. He was just kind of driving around.
Were you aware of Christina Stewart's report of seeing Mollie?
Yes.
And is that how you knew the general location of Mollie's run?
Yes.
And I want to clarify one thing, Deputy Kivy. On Logan Collins' residence, was that on East Des Moines Street?
Yes. Did I say west?
You
Sorry.
did.
Yeah, east.
Did you actually view that video from Collins' residence?
Some of it. I didn't review the whole thing. I saw the pertinent clips, but I didn't see the whole thing.
And what were the pertinent clips?
Of the vehicle traveling around that area, circling around, just kind of lingering in the area for a while.
You saw the vehicle on the video?
Yes.
Can you describe the vehicle for me, please?
It was a black Chevy Malibu. Initially, when that information was passed on from the officers reviewing the video, it was described as a black Chevy Malibu, model year 2008 to 2012, with chrome mirror covers and chrome door handles. So that's kind of what we were looking for. I remember seeing the clips. I don't think it was until the next day or later that I saw the clips, but that's the kind of vehicle that I was looking for.
Do you recall the date that the vehicle, the Chevy Malibu, was identified as a vehicle of interest?
Yes.
When was that date?
August 16th. Or I'm sorry, it was identified on video August 15th,
And when did you learn about the vehicle?
that day.
I want to direct your attention to the following day, August 16th, 2018. And on that date, did you encounter a black Chevy Malibu?
Yes.
Can you describe that encounter for me?
Yeah, I was driving north on Highway 63 in my county vehicle. It was a dark blue Dodge Durango. I was driving north on Highway 63, and I was going underneath the Interstate 80 overpass. And as I went under the overpass, I saw a black Chevy Malibu with chrome mirror covers at the stop sign at the westbound off ramp. And it caught my eye, and I drove past it, and then I pulled over on the shoulder to see where it was going to go because I wanted to identify that vehicle and driver.
And had you been looking for black Chevy Malibus at that point?
Yes.
Did you follow the vehicle?
I did. The vehicle turned north onto Highway 63, so it would have driven past me, and I caught the license plate as it did. I ran it through our dispatch center, and I began to follow the Malibu north on Highway 63. I learned that the vehicle was registered to a female from Tama, and as we drove into Malcolm, which is less than a mile from Interstate 80, the vehicle turned west onto 2nd Street, and so I followed it, and then it turned north into an alley, and I lost sight of it for a second, but as I turned north into the alley, I saw that it was parked. So I parked in the alley, I got out, and the driver was already out of the vehicle. So I said, hey, can I talk to you for a second? And he turned around, and I tried to communicate with him. It became pretty obvious quickly that he didn't speak English, but there happened to be some older gentleman in a yard nearby that walked over and said he could help us communicate.
And Deputy Kivy, you said you ran the plate of that vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall what that license plate number was?
Yes. It was D. David, K. King, P. Paul, 055.
And the registered owner of that vehicle, was that Arlie Lorenzana?
Yes.
Were you able to identify the driver of the Malibu?
Yes. I asked him if he had any identification. He showed me a document as a birth certificate that gave his name as Cristhian Bahena Rivera and his birth date. I asked him, is this you? And he said yes.
Did you see the driver of that vehicle in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Where's he sitting?
Is at the defendant table with looks like a light blue button-down collared shirt and headphones on.
Were you able to find any other information, find out any other information about the defendant when you spoke with him that day?
Yes. I asked him where he worked. He told me he worked at Yerraby Farms and had for about the past 4 years. He gave me a cell phone number. I asked him how often he goes into Brooklyn. He goes in occasionally. He said he has some friends in town that he goes to visit sometimes. He gave me his what would be his common route from his residence to town. And when I first asked him what his address was, he said it was, I believe, it was 1840 400th Avenue, which would be Yerraby Farms where he works. Later, we would learn that he lived on a property owned by Yerraby Farms, but it was on 200th, I think 21, 41 something, 200th. So when he tried to describe to me, he said, I take the gravel to the pavement. So when I was imagining him leaving Yerraby Farms, I thought, well, he must take like 190th to Old 6 as a pavement and into Brooklyn. But later, when we realized that he actually lived at a different location on 200th, it made more sense to me when he said I take the gravel to the pavement that he would take 200th Street north to 385th and go into town on 385th, which is paved all the way from Brooklyn to 200th.
Deputy Kivy,
If that makes sense.
And 385th was the road that Mollie was last seen on, is that right?
Yes.
What is Yerraby Farms?
It's a dairy farm just outside of Brooklyn, a few miles.
Are you familiar with its location?
Yes.
Deputy Kivy, I'd like to show you Exhibit 2. It should pop up on the screen in front of you in a moment. Are you familiar with this map?
Yes.
And what is it?
That's
this?
a map of Poweshiek County.
And could you describe where Yerraby Farms is located on this map?
Roughly, let's see. Yerby Farms would be located right about where that arrow is, actually, roughly.
That arrow is an accurate depiction
Yeah.
of where Yerby
Yes.
Farms is? Did you take photographs during your encounter
Yes,
with the driver?
yes.
And what photographs did you take?
I took one of Mr. Rivera, and I took a few of his car.
I'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit 22. Are you familiar with this image?
Yes, I took that picture.
And what's depicted?
That's the vehicle that I encountered in Malcolm.
The vehicle that caught your attention?
Yes,
Driven by Mr. Cristhian Bahena Rivera?
yes.
When did you take that picture?
August 16th.
Sorry to keep interrupting you, but it's that.
Where was the picture taken?
In Malcolm, I believe it was to the rear of 205 Clay Street in Malcolm, in an alley behind the residence.
I'd like to move to Exhibit 23. What is this picture?
It's a picture of Mr. Rivera.
Did you take that picture?
Yes,
When did you take it?
that day, August 16th.
And where was it taken?
Same location.
Same time?
Yes.
And Deputy Kidd, I've got a couple more exhibits for you. I'd like to move to 38 and 39. Are you familiar with this image?
Yes.
What is it?
That's a picture of the same car, and that's in our Sally Port at the sheriff's office in the garage area.
And does this photograph capture the license plate of that vehicle?
Yes.
Is it the same license plate number that you encountered on August 16th, 2018?
Yes.
I'd like to move to 40 and 41. What is depicted in these images?
The same car in our Sally Port garage area.
And are there any distinguishing features captured in this image?
I would say the chrome mirror covers and the chrome door handles and the license plate.
Is this the same car you encountered on August 16th, 2018?
Yes.
Then I'd like to move to Exhibit 42. And what is this, Deputy Kibbe?
It's a kind of a closer up picture of the same car. Appears to be focused on the chrome mirror.
Did you ask the defendant about Mollie Tibbetts when you
Yeah.
encountered him on August 16th?
Yes.
And what was his response?
He said he had heard that there was a girl missing from Brooklyn, but didn't have any knowledge that would be useful to us.
Deputy Kibbe, what were you wearing on August 16th, 2018 when you encountered the defendant?
I was wearing a black short sleeve polo with a gold Poweshiek County Sheriff's Star sewn onto it, khaki pants with a sidearm, and my badge affixed to my belt, and black boots.
Was it apparent that you were a law enforcement officer by your dress?
I would assume so.
Did you identify yourself to the defendant as a law enforcement officer?
I did. I said my name is Steve Kivian with the Poweshiek County Sheriff's Office.
Did you make an arrest at that point?
No.
And how did you end the encounter with the defendant?
Probably just said thanks for your time, and he walked off, and I got in my car.
Did you do anything subsequent to that encounter? Report it to anyone, anything of that nature?
I did.
What did you do?
I made a phone call. I don't remember who it was to. Told him about the encounter. I don't remember if I sent the pictures that day. I remember showing pictures to people the next day.
Thank you, Deputy. We have no further questions for you at this time.
Defense may cross-examine.
Deputy Kibbe, I kind of want to work backwards. We'll start with the interaction with Mr. Bahena on the 16th, right?
Yes.
Of August. When you talked to him that day, describe his demeanor, please.
He seemed calm and not nervous, and
He was polite.
yes,
He answered all your questions,
he did.
produced all information you requested of him.
He did.
Did you get the opportunity to look about his car and see if you could find anything of evidentiary value?
I didn't actually search his car. I looked inside through the windows while he was in his glove box getting his document that he produced.
Did you notice anything unusual about the inside of his car?
No.
Okay. And he told you where he worked and he told you where he lived, correct?
Yes.
Up to that point, on August 16th, where he told you where he worked and told you where he lived, had you received any information concerning those locations being suspicious in the disappearance of Mollie Tibbetts?
As far as, I'm sorry, where he worked, you said?
Yes.
No.
Had you received any tips or any intelligence that Mollie Tibbetts may have been abducted by an individual named Cristhian Bahena?
No.
Had you received any tips or intelligence that the likely suspect was Hispanic?
No.
You were involved in this investigation every day, correct?
Yes.
Were there briefings every day?
Yes.
And were you involved in briefings with both the DCI and the FBI?
Yes.
And the FBI utilized vast resources, didn't they?
Yes.
That included agents from Washington, D.C., right?
Yes.
And some of these agents were agents from the Behavioral Analysis Unit, right?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay. Did any of these briefings that you were involved in include briefings from the FBI as to what kind of individual you're likely looking for?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. The southeast corner of the county, define that for me.
Very rural.
Very rural?
Very rural, yeah.
Okay, but what would be draw me a mental picture. Where's the top end, where's the bottom end, and the east and west corners?
We can pull that map up, I could show you. Or you just want me to describe it to you?
Just describe it to me.
Poweshiek County is very rural. Interstate 80 goes east and west right through the middle of the county. Brooklyn is right along Interstate 80, maybe just to the east of Center. So I would say, I mean, if you go straight south of Brooklyn, if you can imagine that southeastern quadrant, Interstate 80 runs right through there. Highway 21 runs straight south from Interstate 80. I would say right straight through that quadrant, basically. There's a couple little towns down there, Deep River and Guernsey. I guess, does that answer your question?
So you're looking in the Deep River Guernsey area.
Yeah, in that area, in that kind of cone shape, I guess.
Is that the area where Mollie was ultimately found?
Yes.
And the reason that area was focused on was because that was where her cell phone last pinged, right?
That was where, kind of a technical term. That's where we were told that the phone powered off, or that was the last known location of the phone.
Okay. And that's what led you to an individual named Wayne Cheney,
Yes.
because his home was near there.
Yes.
And Mr. Cheney, did you canvass or search his area?
Yes.
And what was the connection or the attraction to Mr. Cheney as someone of interest?
Basically, Wayne Cheney lived in the area, or does, as far as I know, still. He'd had a kind of history of no contact order violations, just kind of a reputation as being a little different around women, I guess, to put it. All we knew in those first days were that was where her phone was. We didn't have anything solid leading to anybody. We were.
Did you or any other law enforcement, to your knowledge, have any tips regarding Wayne Cheney and his involvement in this investigation?
That's possible, but I couldn't tell you for sure.
Would you agree with me that if there were a tip involving someone who had a history of violence against women, or perhaps being sexually deviant in that quadrant of the county, that'd be something law enforcement would want to follow up on?
Yes.
And tell me why that is.
Well, we had a missing 20-year-old under suspicious circumstances. Unlike her, we also learned through that FBI phone analysis that she was jogging and eyewitness accounts that she had been jogging on 385th Avenue. She had her phone with her. There was some kind of what they called event at a certain point along 385th Avenue, and all of a sudden her phone is traveling like 55 or 60 miles an hour south down a gravel road, and then it just shuts off in the middle of nowhere.
Wait, excuse me. Wayne Cheney lived on 470th Avenue, correct?
Yes.
And Mollie's body was found on 460th Avenue, correct?
Yes.
So basically, Cheney lived about a mile south of where Mollie's body was found, and perhaps I think a little bit to the west, right?
Yes, that's right.
Now, were you involved in any canvassing of 460th Avenue?
Yes.
Did you talk to the residents up and down 460th Avenue?
Yes.
Did you talk to anybody who resided in the 2400 block of 460th Avenue?
I don't believe I did. Somebody probably did, but I don't recall going that far personally.
Would it be important in your training, education, and experience to talk to the people who lived immediately in the area where Mollie's body was found?
Yes.
And why is that?
I'm sorry?
Why is that?
Well, we would want to know if they saw anything or had any information that would be useful. Saw anything suspicious around that time?
Do you know whose property Mollie's body was found on?
I believe the last name is Bear.
Okay. Do you know who owns the property immediately adjacent to the west of Mollie's body?
I don't.
If I gave you the name Ron Pexa, would that jog your memory?
Immediately to the west?
Correct.
Yes, I did go there. I remember talking to him.
You did talk to Ron Pexa.
Yes.
And why did you talk to Mr. Pexa?
I believe we had some information come in about him. I don't recall specifically what it was. I went there with a couple of other agents and we talked to him for, I don't know, a half hour.
Was that recorded?
Not that I know of.
Was a report made of that?
Not by me.
Did Mr. Pexa tell you he was a law enforcement officer?
Yes. Or retired or part-time, or I don't remember.
Okay. And the information you received about Mr. Pexa, please tell me what it was.
I don't remember where it came from. I don't remember.
Did the report involve him being sexually violent in the past?
It could have. I don't really remember.
Was this before or after Mollie was found dead?
That was before.
Okay. And he lived approximately less than a quarter mile from where her body was found?
I'm not sure about the distance, but nearby.
If his address is 2410 460th Avenue,
That sounds about right.
that's about where her body would have been found.
Yeah, that could
right?
be accurate, yeah.
And if Mr. Pexa, if I'm assuming that if he had a history of violence against women, that's something you would have followed up on?
Yes.
You recall who the agents were you went there with?
I think it was Agent Valletta from the DCI, and I think Agent Patras from the FBI.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that an investigation of this magnitude, that something as important as investigating and talking to someone who has the allegations against them, like Mr. Pexa, those would be documented. What do you think?
I would think. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't.
You weren't the investigating officer, so you necessarily wouldn't do it, right?
I didn't. I don't think I had anything on Mr. Pexa.
Okay. But you had a lot on Mr. Cheney.
Not really. I mean, he was interviewed at least once that I know of, and I know he was looked at very closely.
Okay, he was interviewed
very closely. He was looked at
Right.
and eventually cleared.
Okay. He was interviewed at least twice, right?
I think so.
His property was searched, right?
I believe so.
And to your recollection, Ron Pexa, his property wasn't searched, was it?
I believe we did.
And can you tell me what that property search entailed?
We were in his house. We walked through some outbuildings.
Was that quarter-mile stretch between where Mollie's body was ultimately found and Mr. Pexa's house, was that searched by volunteers?
It could have been. I know we didn't do it that day.
Was Mr. Pexa ever brought into the fire department and officially interviewed?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Do you know if he denied any type of sexual deviance or violence against women?
I don't remember him being asked that specifically, but it's possible.
Okay. In response to Mr. Klaver's question, you seem to opine that where Mr. Bahena was living, he would have traveled north on 200th Street and then went in 385th to get to Brooklyn, right?
Right.
200th Street, if I understand it correctly, goes straight north, correct?
Yes.
And as you go straight north a couple miles, well, first of all, is it north or south of Interstate 80?
His residence?
Yes.
Just north.
You go north on 200th Street. He told you he gets to the blacktop and then turns, right?
Right. Correct.
Yeah, so you turn left actually to get to
Right.
Brooklyn.
Correct.
So 385th is not the first blacktop you hit, right?
No.
So you hit Old Highway 6 first.
Right.
You take
Yes.
Highway 6 left, and that takes you into Brooklyn too.
Yes, it could.
So he never clarified whether he took Old Highway 6 or kept going north to 385th and took the blacktop, right?
That's right.
So the idea that he shot across Old Highway 6, kept going north, and then took 385th in is mere speculation.
That was my opinion. But
Yeah.
he didn't give me the correct address, his correct address when I asked him the first time either. I only learned of his actual address later.
Okay. And again, he spoke very little English.
Right, that's right.
And was he able to give you anything with his correct address on it?
Not that day I talked to him.
Okay. But he was able to give you the address of where he worked.
That's right.
So your testimony to the jury that he just left out the fact that there was a blacktop he would cross first, you just opine that he blew past the first blacktop, went to the second one, which just happens to be the one where Mollie Tibbetts was running, right?
Right, that's what I thought after we realized what his actual address was.
Okay, and that fits the narrative because that's where she was running the day she
It's
was.
certainly a possibility.
Yeah, but there's no evidence that you can provide that's what he did.
No.
And when you take Old Highway 6, the first blacktop, that takes you right into downtown where all the business is done, right?
It takes you to the south end of Brooklyn. You'd have to turn and go into town, but
When you turn to go into town, you go over a little bridge. And
yes,
downtown's right there, right?
that's right.
That's where the grocery store is, right?
That's right.
That's where the gas stations are, right?
Yes,
That's where anything of commerce that you would do is, right?
that's right.
Is that where the trailer park is too?
Yes,
When you come in 385th Street, that's the northern edge of town, right?
midway. Yeah,
That's more of the residential area, right?
yes.
And did Mr. Bahena tell you that he would go into Brooklyn on the residential side of town?
I don't remember if he said that specifically. I know he told me that he would go. He had friends to visit, or he would go into town occasionally.
On the 20th, as part of your investigation into this case, you also were just gathering information in general, right?
I'm sorry.
On the 20th, part of your job was just gathering as much information as you could, right?
On what date?
The 20th of July.
Yes.
And part of that gathering of information was interviewing Dalton Jack.
Oh, on July 20th. Yes. Yes.
And was your interview the first real interview that Mr. Jack had to undergo?
I believe he talked to Deputy Simpson the night before.
Okay. But as far as an in-depth type interview, a true interview, not just a fact-gathering interview that Deputy Simpson did, yours was the first one.
Mine was the very next one. Yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall the recitation of activities, what Mr. Jack said to you about his activities?
Objection, hearsay.
Can you read the question back, please?
Now, do you recall the recitation of activities, what Mr. Jack said to you about his activity?
Sustained.
As part of collecting information and to further your investigation, you took statements from Mr. Jack, correct?
Yes.
And that was to further your investigation, Deputy Kibbe, right? Right?
Yes.
And the statements you took from Mr. Jack were meant to guide you in your next step in the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And did Mr. Jack give you statements that helped guide you in your investigation?
Yes.
What was the purpose in investigating or talking to Mr. Jack?
To gain more information on Mollie Tibbetts, her habits, basically start building what we call a victimology,
What is a victimology?
like just a background, personal history of a victim, habits, preferences, personal characteristics, things of that nature.
Okay. He told you that the night that Mollie was abducted, the 18th, that he was living the hotel life, right?
Yes.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
He told you he was hanging with friends that night, right?
I don't know if he told me he was hanging with friends. He told me he was at the hotel. He was in Dubuque during that
Okay.
time.
He told you that the next day, the 19th, he was working on the bridge in Dubuque, right?
He was working, yes.
He worked till noon,
Yes.
and they got rained out, right?
Yes.
So he went back to the hotel and he took a nap, right?
Yes.
And that he woke up to a friend calling, asking about where Mollie's whereabouts were, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall saying to Mr. Jack that every little detail that he could give you was important?
Sounds like something I would say, yes.
And why is every little detail at that point important?
Because we don't know what's important and what's not. At that time, it was pretty early.
You asked Mr. Jack to tell you Mollie's run routes. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And he told you very specifically that if Mollie runs 3 miles, that she would start at the school, run down by the Jasper construction shop, over by Manat's, and then back again, right?
I don't remember Manat's. I remember him telling me that it was possible that she could run north on the gravel, 170th Street, that runs from near that West Des Moines residence north. She would run through town. One of the routes could take her by Jasper Construction, and then possibly out 385th. I don't think Manat's was ever mentioned.
But he had recollection, clear recollection of her run routes, right?
Yes.
And it was Mr. Jack on the 20th of July, 2018, who told you her run routes. That's clear.
Yes.
And you asked Mr. Jack about the possibility of Mollie maybe having another guy, right?
Yes.
And that's just a routine question in any missing person's case.
We had nothing to make us believe that. No.
Do you recall Mr. Jack telling you toward the end of the interview that if it means it helps, he would answer any question, no matter how uncomfortable?
I don't remember him saying that, but it's certainly possible.
Okay. Toward the end of the interview, Mr. Jack mentioned some rumor he heard about some girl in an accident down by Pekin. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you ever investigate that rumor?
I didn't. I think it was passed on into the our little command post, but I don't remember doing anything with that personally.
And for the record, he told you that he had heard a rumor that some girl and an unknown male had been in a car accident down by the small town of Pekin.
Yes.
And that a third-party male had come upon the accident, and the female had had injuries, right?
That sounds familiar, yes.
And the female looked at the third-party male and said, "I don't know who the other male is with me. Get me out of here."
I don't recall that.
Overruled.
Correct?
I don't remember the exact words. I remember asking him, trying to be polite, I remember asking him what exactly how that matched up with what we were doing. What he was telling me just didn't really seem, I wasn't making the connection. If I remember correctly, he said he heard a rumor that like a friend of a friend had been in an accident in some town 60 miles south of here. She had been picked up by some guy she didn't know, and it kind of ended there, as I remember.
Okay. Just kind of an albatross of a rumor.
Yeah, there was another piece of information that added to the stack, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. You authored some search warrants in this case, right?
Yes.
And what were those search warrants for?
Oh, I see. Let's see, I wrote a search warrant for, I'll probably miss some, Google location. I wrote a search warrant for, I think, Mr. Rivera's trailer. His DNA. There was a Nissan Altima involved. I don't know, I think I did 8 or 9. I don't remember exactly all of them.
Did you do a consent search of the Jack residence?
Yes.
Did you notice any firearms?
No. I don't remember seeing any.
You notice any knives?
No, I don't remember.
Okay.
Nothing that stuck out. I mean, I got knives in my house too.
Were you involved in the investigation of an individual named Andrew Day?
No.
Were you involved in the investigation of a man named Michael Davis?
No.
Were you involved in the investigation of a man named Brandon Roller?
No.
I'm going to butcher this name, but maybe you can help me. He's local.
Yeah.
Were you involved in the investigation of a man named Tim Tometich?
I think it's Tomatich.
Tometich?
Yeah, I think. I'm familiar with that. I didn't follow up on that.
Are you
It
aware
was
that-
followed up on. I didn't personally do it.
Are you aware that these are all individuals who were investigated in connection with the disappearance of Mollie Tibbetts?
Yes.
Were you involved in the investigation of any of the employees of Blattner Energy?
Yes.
And just so the jury knows, Blattner Energy was the company erecting windmills in the Poweshiek County area.
Yes.
And what did that investigation entail?
Blattner Energy at the time had what I guess I would call a big camp, kind of near the interchange of Highway 63 and Interstate 80. That's kind of their operations center. They set up kind of semi-temporarily, but they were there forever. So they had workers coming in from all over the state and all over the region. So as part of our canvassing efforts, we went there, I think, twice and interviewed as many of those employees as we could, or at least identified them.
And the employees of Monatch, there were several of those that were investigated as well?
I think we did a canvass at the Monat's headquarters in Brooklyn. I don't know if anybody was specifically investigated.
How about Brandon Roller?
I know the name, but I didn't personally follow up on that.
But you were aware that he was someone who was investigated?
Yeah, the name's familiar to me for more than this, yeah.
A local sex offender?
I believe so.
And that's why he was investigated?
I assume so.
A Curtis and Keaton Laver?
Yes.
They were also investigated?
Yes.
And why were they investigated?
Let's see, I think Agent Valletta and I talked to them the first day. And I don't know if that came in as a tip. I think we seized a computer from them that was searched, and we interviewed the younger of the Laver, like the son. He was eventually cleared.
Speaking of computers, at the Jack home, when you went there, Mollie had a computer?
Yes.
Was that searched?
Yes, I believe so.
By whom?
I think it was the FBI.
Would it be, in your training, education, and experience, basic investigative techniques to get all the information off that computer to see her activities in the days leading up to her disappearance?
Yes.
And if it wasn't, can you think of any reason why not?
I don't know if it was, I guess I don't know. I don't know what was done with the computer exactly. I know it was in my possession at one point. I turned it over to the FBI, and I didn't have anything to do with the computer after that.
If it were your investigation that you were leading, what would you have done with that computer? Would you have had it examined
Yes.
forensically?
Yes.
That's all I have.
State have any redirect?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Deputy Kibbe, were you aware of an interview with the defendant that took place subsequent to your encounter with him on August 16th?
Yes.
And when did that interview take place?
It was on August 20th.
And how was the defendant encountered on August 20th, 2018?
We went to his place of employment at Yerraby Farms to do I guess you'd call it a focused canvass, to gain a little more information about him and the car and who else might be associated with him in the car. At the end of that canvass, he was taken to the sheriff's office for an interview.
Did you personally go to Yerraby Farms on August 20th?
I did.
Were there other law enforcement agents that went with you?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
I don't know the number. There was, I think, myself, maybe one or two other deputies, there were DCI agents, Homeland Security, FBI, I think. I couldn't put a number on it. Maybe 12, I don't know.
And were you, or did you have any interaction with the defendant at Yerby Farms?
I identified him as the same gentleman that I saw in Malcolm. I
On
didn't
August
speak with him.
16th?
Yes, I didn't speak with him. I positively identified him.
And were you made aware that an interview with the defendant was taking place?
Yes.
And where were you during that interview?
We had, after Mr. Rivera was transported away, and we left the farm, I don't remember if I went down to the sheriff's office or if I went home. I ended up at home at some point. So at about 9 o'clock that night, our chief deputy, Joel Vanderleest, called me at home and said, hey, they're still down here talking to Mr. Rivera. He has some interesting things to say. You should probably come back here. So I did.
Do you know what time you arrived at the sheriff's office?
It was probably 10.
And when did you leave the sheriff's office then, after you first arrived?
Probably about 4:30 in the morning.
Was that on August 21st?
Yes.
Where did you go once you left the sheriff's office?
We ultimately ended up at a field drive into a cornfield about 400 to 500 feet west of 2478 460th Avenue.
Was anything found at that location?
Yes.
What?
After a search of the cornfield, we found human remains that appeared to be deliberately covered by corn stalks in a cornfield. And those remains were eventually positively identified as Mollie Tibbetts.
Deputy Kibbe, I'd like to show you Exhibit 2 again.
Okay.
You see an arrow with an address marked on the image?
Yes,
Does that accurately portray where the body was found?
I believe so.
And I'm going to move the cursor to the location. Can you tell me if that's an accurate spot where the body was found?
So the arrow represents the address?
The cursor. You see the little red
Yeah.
dot?
That's probably about right. I can't see the actual gravel road marker, but that's pretty close.
I'd like to move to Exhibit 24.
Okay.
Are you familiar with this map?
Yes.
And can you describe what it is, please?
It looks like basically the southern half of Poweshiek County.
Are there markings on that image?
Yes.
And can you tell me the significance of the markings?
The little red pin marker looks like it represents 2478 460th Avenue, which looks like it's that yellow line, that horizontal yellow line. And the body location arrow shows about where the, actually the little red cursor shows about where the body would have been found.
The road that runs north and south directly to the red pin, do you see that?
Yes.
What road is that? Do
The
you know?
Poweshiek, Iowa Road.
Is that the county line?
Yes.
Mr. Claver, let me just for clarification purposes just inquire. You had referenced Exhibit 24 and we're looking at Exhibit 3. Can you clarify that?
Yes, Your Honor. had misspoken. I meant Exhibit 3,
Okay.
which is what's pulled up on the screen.
And that clarifies it. Thank you.
Deputy Kibbe, when you left the sheriff's office, did you drive to the cornfield at 2478 460th Avenue?
Yes.
Was anyone else in the vehicle with you?
Yes.
Who was that?
I was driving. Officer Pamela Romero from the Iowa City Police Department was in the front seat. Mr. Rivera was in the back seat behind me, and Agent Potratz from the FBI was in the back seat with Mr. Rivera.
Was it dark at that time?
Yes.
Do you recall the approximate time you arrived at the cornfield?
It was 5 or a little after 5 a.m.
Did any other law enforcement officers travel to the cornfield off of 460th Avenue?
Yes.
Do you know who that was?
Sheriff Kriegel, Agent Valletta, Chief Deputy Vanderleest, and Sergeant Jeff Fink from the Iowa City Police Department.
Were you the first officer to discover the body?
No.
Do you know who was?
I believe Agent Potratz was.
From the time the defendant was transported to the sheriff's office on August 20th, 2018, to the time that the body was discovered on August 21st, 2018, were you aware of any other individuals that law enforcement interviewed during that time span,
No.
other than the defendant?
No.
Were you aware of any admissions that the defendant made when he was at the cornfield off of 460th Avenue?
Yes.
And you were asked on cross-examination about several names that you encountered during the investigation. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Specifically, you were asked about a Wayne Cheney.
Yes.
Was any physical evidence associated with Mollie Tibbetts' disappearance or death associated with Wayne Cheney?
No.
And what about Mr. Pesca?
No.
In your investigation concerning Mollie Tibbetts' death involved the investigation of several people, is that right?
Yes.
And among the people brought up by Mr. Freeze during his cross-examination, did you discover any evidence associating them with Mollie Tibbetts' death or disappearance?
No.
Did you see any vehicle in the video, surveillance video, around the time and date that Mollie Tibbetts disappeared, other than the defendant's vehicle?
I didn't.
I'm sorry, Interpreter, did not hear the answer.
I did not. I did not see any other vehicle.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Does the defense have any recross?
Did you ever find a murder weapon?
No.
And the body being found at 2478 460th, Mr. Pexa lived at 2410 460th, right?
Right.
After you found the body, did you think maybe to go knock on Mr. Pexa's door and follow up?
No.
That's all I have.
Mr. Claver, anything else with this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kimmy. You may step down in your excuse. Can we clear the hall? We're going to take a break. Members of the jury, we'll take a 10-minute recess at this time. Want to remind you of your admonition. Why don't you, just for clarification purposes, remain seated until Carrie tells you it's okay to leave, and that should be just momentarily. And again, leave your notebooks where they are. Thank you.
spreadsheet of all the cars.
Oh, his report?
Yeah. Well, just a spreadsheet.
Okay.
Unless you guys, you got 152, you've already.
No.
I don't think so. We'll get that fixed.
Just 1 second.
Go ahead. Please be seated.
Rick, he's got a question for you. Sorry.
Sorry. Back on the record, we're in the presence of the jury. The defendant and the attorneys of record are present. State of Iowa may call its next witness.
Our next witness is Logan Collins.
And Mr. Collins, could you come over here and I'll swear you in, okay? Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay? Mr. Collins, you can make your way over there and be seated if you would, please.
Just watch your step getting in. You ready?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Collins, good morning.
Good morning.
All right. Can you please state your name?
Logan Collins.
And where do you live, Mr. Collins?
Currently,
Currently, yes.
I live at 214 2nd Street, Harwick, Iowa, 52232.
Okay. How long have you lived in Hartwick?
I just moved in there 2 months ago.
All right. Are you employed?
Yes.
Where do you work?
I work at Ashley Clean for furniture cleaning out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
Okay. Do you also have training as a mechanic?
Yes.
What type of training is that?
Diesel technician.
Okay. How old are you?
I am 27.
Are you married?
I am not.
All right. Do you have any children?
No children.
All right. Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Harwick as a kid. From 4th grade, we moved to Tipton in Cedar County, and that's where I graduated.
All right. Did you eventually end up with a house in Brooklyn?
Yes, just right after 2012.
Okay. Tell us about that. When did you move in to Brooklyn and with who?
I moved into Brooklyn in 2012, the summer. At the current time, my uncle, Robert Collins, lived there.
What's the address of that house?
616 East Des Moines Street, Brooklyn, Iowa.
All right. And did you live there continuously from 2012 until you moved back to Hartwick?
Correct.
All right. So when would you have moved out of 616 East Des Moines?
I moved out 2019.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention, Mr. Collins, back to July of 2018. Were you residing at 616 East Des Moines Street in Brooklyn, Iowa?
Yes.
All right. Were you living there with anyone else at that particular time?
At the time, I was living with my girlfriend that was at the time.
All right. Anybody else?
Yes, it'd be my younger sibling, Elizabeth.
All right. And were you working anywhere in July of 2018?
Yes.
Where was that?
I work for Ovation Network. They're located out of Cedar Rapids.
What is Ovation Network?
Ovation Network installs Wi-Fi for hotel, commercial, residential, and security cameras.
Okay. So you were familiar with security cameras based upon your employment, is that right?
Correct.
All right. Did you have a a set of security cameras or a surveillance system at your home at 616 East Des Moines in Brooklyn?
Yes, I did.
When did you install that particular system?
I don't remember the exact month. I believe I purchased it in May.
Did you install it yourself?
Yes, I did.
And did you install it prior to July of 2018?
Yes.
As far as you know, was it operational that entire time?
Yes.
Were there times where you would view your surveillance camera?
About once a week.
Okay. And just tell the jury, generally speaking, where the cameras were located on your home.
I had 4 cameras that were located on a detached garage off of the house.
And generally speaking, did you have one that pointed to the southeast?
Yes.
And would that be towards the Boundary Street or towards Boundary Street in Brooklyn?
Yes.
All right. And where were the other 3 cameras?
One was pointing directly north. I had another one pointing northeast. I had another one pointing east, and then another one was. Sorry.
That's okay. I'll help you. So you had a camera pointed to the southeast, correct?
Yes.
Did you have one pointed to the northeast, you told us?
Yes.
Then one pointed directly north?
Yes.
Okay, and was there also one pointed directly south?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Did the southeast cameras and the south cameras both view East Des Moines Street?
Yes.
All right. The camera that pointed to the northeast, generally what streets would it have captured?
It would have captured east and middle.
Middle is an east-west street in Brooklyn?
Yes.
And east is a north-south street directly adjacent to your property?
Yes.
Is east paved? Do you remember? It appears gravel on the video.
It is gravel. It's paced about 20 feet and then it goes into gravel.
Okay. Okay, in August of 2018, were you contacted by law enforcement concerning access to your cameras and recordings that you've just described?
Yes.
All right, and do you recall what date that was?
I do not remember the date.
All right, but mid-August, would that sound correct?
Yes.
All right. By the way, not only did you have surveillance cameras that were mounted on the house, did you also have the system located somewhere in your residence?
Yes, the DVR was mounted in the garage.
Okay. So, how did law enforcement get a hold of you, Mr. Collins?
I actually contacted a deputy sheriff shortly after Mollie went missing, and he came and took some surveillance.
Okay. So did you also meet with a DCI agent on another occasion?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did between the two of those law enforcement officers, did they collect all of the information from your surveillance system?
Yes, they did.
Would that have included anything your cameras would have captured really between mid-August and several months prior?
Yes.
Do you remember, did law enforcement come over 2 different times?
Yes, they did.
Okay. So whenever they came over, were you cooperative?
Yes, I was.
Did you show them the location where your equipment was located?
Yes.
And did you willingly allow them to download the footage?
Yes.
Do you know how they got the footage off of your DVR?
Yes, a thumb drive.
At one point, did law enforcement actually seize the entire system?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And was that with your cooperation?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Collins, let me show you a couple pictures before we move on, actually. Okay, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 4. You've seen this before, correct?
Yes.
Oops. This is a satellite or map of Brooklyn. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
All right, I've got a cursor here and I've got a label that says Collins Residence. Does that appear to be your residence?
Yes, it is.
I know it's rather small here on the map, but the there appear to be 3 buildings associated with your residence. Is that right?
Yes.
Tell us what those are. What's the furthest one to the north?
That would be the garage.
Okay, and then the middle building is what?
That is the house.
Okay. And then the surveillance cameras that you mentioned are on the northernmost building. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And generally, would you have had a camera, I'm going to show you with the cursor, that would have pointed in this general direction to the southeast towards boundary?
Yes.
All right. And then the northeast camera would be generally to this direction where the cursor is at?
Correct.
All right, this street here that I've got the cursor on, what street is that?
That is Middle Street.
All right, and then the street here that's partially gravel, what is that street?
East.
Okay. I'm going to show you, hopefully. What's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 5. Is this area, where is this area in relation to Brooklyn? What direction?
That is northeast of my residence.
Okay. And generally speaking, this would be north, I'm sorry, north or east?
Yes.
Okay. Is this your residence here that we were just talking about here on the left side?
Correct. Yes.
Are you really familiar with any of this area out here, Mr. Collins, on 385th?
I am not.
Not somewhere you frequented?
No.
So, Mr. Collins, I want to show you some photos that have already been admitted. Make sure I get the right one. Without regard to the content of this photo, Exhibit 15, which has already been admitted, is this which, let me back up. Which direction does this camera face?
That is facing southeast.
Okay, does this capture the area where Boundary Street would be?
Yes.
Okay, there's a bush that's here in the way, correct, that obstructs the view?
Yes.
And is this area where I have the cursor generally where Boundary Street would be located?
Yes, it is.
All right. Exhibit 17, which that's previously been admitted, that's on the screen. Generally, which direction would this photo be facing?
That'd be facing northeast.
Who is this person?
That is me.
Okay. And these outbuildings that are here, do those belong to you?
No.
Okay. This road here where the cursor is that, what street is that?
That is east.
And this area out here where the cursor is what?
That is Middle Street.
And lastly, here's Exhibit 21 that is on the screen. Is this which camera is this that we're looking at? What view?
That one is facing south.
Okay. And this street that is here, that where the cursor is, what's the name of that street?
East Des Moines Street.
And just to be clear, we're going to go back to Exhibit 15. This is the southeastern facing camera, is that right?
Yes.
And this street where the cursor is at, which street is that?
East Des Moines Street.
Okay. So essentially, if you're facing south, you just turn a little to the left, and this is the view, right?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Collins, did you know Mollie Tibbetts?
I did not.
Never met her?
Just met her when she dropped pass.
Okay, just saw her?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know, or did you learn of her disappearance in the local media?
I did learn.
I'm not asking what you heard. I'm just
Yes.
asking, did you learn about it?
Yes.
All right. And then is that why you were cooperative with law enforcement?
Yes.
Anything you could do to help?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Defense may cross-examine.
Mr. Collins, good morning.
Good morning.
Now, when these videos were provided to law enforcement in August, had you reviewed them prior to that date?
I did not.
Some of these videos, I see that you were outside in the videos around the same time that the pictures were shown to you, okay?
Yes.
Did you notice anything unusual that night?
I did not.
Okay. How long did you live in a small town like Brooklyn?
Just from 2012 to when I recently moved.
Okay. Is this better?
Yes.
Thanks. You grew up in Hartwick. That's even a smaller town, right?
Yes.
And you graduated from Tipton, which is a pretty small town too.
Correct.
I grew up in a small town, and people take notice of people driving around, don't they?
Yeah, that's pretty common.
So if someone's driving around 3 or 4 times around the block, that's something people in small towns take notice of, right?
Yes.
You didn't take notice of anything unusual that day?
No, that's in a small town. Usually people drive up and down the streets all the time.
Okay. You didn't notice a black Malibu?
At the time, I did not notice it.
Okay. So on July 18th, nothing unusual jogged your memory, or at least caught your eye, right?
Nothing.
Now, when law enforcement came and wanted to review your surveillance camera video, tell me, how long does your surveillance camera video record?
Up to 30 days.
So you have 30 days of footage on that recorder, right?
Yes.
Did you give them all 30 days of footage?
Yes.
So they had a chance to look and see if this black Malibu is on that footage for a full 30 days, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone from law enforcement ask you to go back through and identify anything unusual on that footage?
Not at the time, no.
Okay. At any point?
No.
That's all I have.
State have anything else for this witness?
Just, I guess, one other thing. Whenever we look back at actually, Judge, no, I don't have any further thing further. Thank you very much.
Mr. Collins, thank you for being here. You're excused.
Thank you.
Yeah. Our next witness is Derek Reeson from DCI.
The state may call him. I'll swear you in if you can get your raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, go ahead and be seated over here if you would, please.
Ready? Here, speak up. Thank you. Agent Reeson, can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Derek Reeson.
How do you spell your last name?
Riesssen.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation through the state of Iowa.
Okay, and how long have you been a DCI agent?
Since 1995.
And what's your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from Mount Mercy College in Cedar Rapids. No advanced degrees, bachelor's.
Okay, and other than DCI, do you have other law enforcement experience?
No, I've been with the Department of Public Safety, the state of Iowa, my entire career.
What's been the history of your assignments then with the Department of Public Safety?
In 1995 to 1998, I served in our gaming division, so gaming enforcement officer. In 1998, I was promoted to an agent within the gaming division. I served there until 2007, where I joined our Division of Intelligence, and in 2010, I joined the Major Crime Unit within the Division of Criminal Investigation.
Okay, describe that for us if you would, Agent Reeson, whenever you say that you're involved in the Major Crime Unit. How is that divided among the state?
Within the state of Iowa, we have 4 zones of offices through the Major Crime Unit. Northeast, Southeast, Central Iowa, and then Western Iowa is a rough breakdown. In this area, we're considered Zone 4 is the office I'm out of.
Okay, and where is that located, generally within Southeast Iowa?
Our zone is comprised from Jackson County to the north, to the Missouri border, and to the west over Poweshiek, Tama County area.
And there are field offices within that zone?
There are. Mount Pleasant, Stockton, and Cedar Rapids.
And which field office are you associated with?
Stockton.
What are the duties of the Major Crime Unit?
We are an assist-based agency, so when jurisdictions need our assistance with crimes or situations that they're not used to or haven't looked at in a long time, we will come in and assist them in any way they need.
Typically, do agents assigned to the Major Crime Unit work death cases?
Yes.
Including homicides?
Correct.
And prior to this particular case, have you worked other death cases?
Yes.
Do you know how many you've worked in the course of your career?
More than 100, possibly a few hundred.
All right, Agent Reeson, I want to direct your attention back to July of 2018. Were you assigned to work the investigation into the disappearance of Mollie Tibbetts?
I was.
And were you the case agent?
No, I was not.
Okay, tell the jury what a case agent is.
A case agent is someone who kind of, if you want to think of it as a case manager, who helps take in information, assign leads, someone to be kind of the repository for all the information that comes in an effort so things stay streamlined and the things that need to be addressed are addressed.
Okay. Have you served as a case agent in other death investigations?
I have.
Who was the case agent assigned to the disappearance of Mollie Tibbetts?
Agent Trent Villada.
And does he work in the Stockton office with you?
He does not. He's out of our Cedar Rapids office.
All right. Specifically, what date did you become involved in this case?
July 26th.
And what was your role in the investigation on July 26th and after?
Initially, it was to come in and conduct interviews, neighborhood canvass, friends of Mollie Tibbetts. Anything that came up that was assigned is what I would do.
Okay. Who made those assignments to you?
Agent Villada, I'm sorry.
Generally speaking, whenever you were in Poweshiek County working on the Mollie Tibbetts case, where were you housed?
For the initial part, we were in Brooklyn at their fire station is where we worked out of. And then later on in the investigation, we transferred down to the Poweshiek County Sheriff's Office, which is in Montezuma.
Okay, and during the course of your involvement in the investigation, did you have assistance from other law enforcement agencies?
Yes, we did.
both federal and state?
Federal, state, local, county, yes.
What assistance would you have had from the federal government?
Federal government, I recall them having evidence response teams to look at different areas, other agents to help with leads and run things out as well. So they provided anything that was needed.
All right, and then other local agencies would have assisted?
Correct. The
Including-
Poweshiek County Sheriff's Office was very involved in the case.
Were there other than state agencies that were involved that provided law enforcement assistance?
Yes, there was.
Okay. As part of your assignment in this case, were you tasked with locating surveillance cameras within the city of Brooklyn?
Yes, I was.
What was the purpose of that task?
The purpose of the task was to find any surveillance or any camera viewer angle so that we could better establish a timeline for Mollie and her disappearance.
Okay. And did that take some time to go through everyone in Brooklyn?
Absolutely.
All right, even though it's a small town, right?
Yes.
Still a lot of houses and a lot of outbuildings to check for surveillance cameras, would you agree?
I would agree.
All right. Were people generally cooperative?
Very.
All right. And did you and other investigators create a map with tags of the locations that you would have checked, as well as locations that you would have needed to check?
There was within our meeting room, or war room is what we call it, there was a large Google map style. It was just a large, bigger than a poster size, that was up on the wall, which encompassed the city of Brooklyn. And within that, there would be stickers on each residence as to if they've been spoken to, check for cameras, if there needs to be follow-up, or it's been completed.
I'm going to show you one of those maps, which is State's Exhibit number 9. Do you see that?
I do.
Is that one of the maps that you're referring to?
Yes.
All right, and there are both, there's red flags that are on here as well as yellow flags, correct?
Correct.
The red flags indicate a place has been checked.
Correct.
Yellow flags would indicate you still needed to check that.
Need follow-up.
All right, if you can look closely at that.
Yes.
Prior to going out to Logan Collins's residence at 616 East Des Moines, there's a yellow flag that is near his house. Is that right?
That is correct.
So this map would have been utilized by law enforcement?
Correct.
And what would that indicate to you, looking at it in its present condition?
That would need follow-up.
All right. And is that one of the things that you did follow up on?
Correct.
Did you go, I'm sorry, I'll let you switch. Good. All right. Did you and other officers, you indicated that you did follow up with the Logan Collins residence at 616 East Des Moines Street in Brooklyn?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So, how many different occasions, if you know, did law enforcement go to the Logan Collins residence?
I'm not sure of an exact number. I know I personally was there at least twice. I know law enforcement had been there previously.
Okay. Was there another officer that assisted in collecting the surveillance cameras?
Well, on my 2 occasions when I went there, my initial travels to the Collins house, I was with Special Agent Matt George of the DCI. We went to that residence. Logan was not home at that time, so we got a number and left a message When we went back to retrieve the actual DVR system, FBI agent Dave Warren was with me.
So let's back up just a bit.
Sure.
How did you reach out to Logan Collins at 616 East Des Moines Street?
Once we went there and Agent George and I viewed the area and saw the cameras on the exterior of the home, we wanted to make sure that we had those cameras since he wasn't at home. So we had the video. So I had called back to find out who the resident was of that residence and get a phone number to try and make contact. So called and left a message for Mr. Collins, which he returned.
Okay. Did you make arrangements to go to the Collins residence at 616 East Des Moines?
I did.
All right. Do you remember the date that you went there?
That was August 14th.
All right. What time of day would you have gone to his residence?
I believe he was getting off of work, so it would have been after 4:15 approximately, 4:30, somewhere in there in the afternoon.
Okay. Where did you meet with Mr. Collins?
I met with Mr. Collins outside of his garage, and then he took me inside of his detached garage, which is where he housed the hardware, the DVR, of that nature for the system.
All right. Did he also show you the locations of the cameras?
He did, but they were very visible. They weren't covert. They were the kind that are hardwired onto the outside of the home.
Okay.
Or the garage.
Would you characterize Mr. Collins as cooperative?
Very.
How long did you spend at his house on the evening of August 14th?
He assisted, well, he downloaded the cameras, so I watched him do that. So at the conclusion of that, I would guess half hour, 45 minutes.
Okay. Prior to him downloading the surveillance video for you, did you look at it on his system? Did you view it?
No, we just knew that we needed the video based on the locations of the cameras. So we provided a hard drive for him to download them onto.
Was he able to do that?
He was.
Any problems or issues in downloading the surveillance footage?
No.
All right. Did you take it back to the fire department and view it?
Yes.
Did you do that right away?
Yes.
All right. On the evening of August 14th?
Correct.
All right. Before we get to the content of the video, Agent Reese, I want to ask you, just backing up a bit, how long had you known, if you know, that the cameras and the footage on Logan Collins' residence needed to be checked?
That day, Agent George and I went out was the first time I had learned that there were cameras there that needed follow-up.
Okay. There was a yellow sticker on the map that we saw earlier.
Correct.
Is that why you went to that residence?
That's exactly right.
Okay. So after collecting the video, then describe for the jury what your process was in reviewing it.
When we returned back to the Brooklyn Fire Department, we divided the camera since there was 4 angles. We had different people looking at different angles in hopes to see Mollie Tibbetts jogging once again to help solidify our timeline.
Okay. And did you know in general what time frame you were looking for a jogger or any other evidence for that matter?
Based on the case information at that point, we had people in town who had seen her jogging, but the person who saw her last, according to our timeline, was Christina Stewart at approximately 7:45 p.m. So based on her accounts from where she would have seen Mollie at, we backed that up to account for the time it would take to jog there. So I would say from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. is the time frame we were looking at.
At the time, Agent Reeson, did you know that there was a black Chevy Malibu associated at all with Mollie Tibbetts?
No.
Did you review the footage?
Yes.
Was there another agent that was assisting you directly?
Numerous. I mean, like I said, we split them into. We had 4 different agents or off deputies looking at things.
Okay, Agent George is who I was referring to.
Yes.
So yeah, was he helping?
Yes.
All right. I want you, if you could, at one point tell us or describe, did another agent or Agent George notice what appeared to be a jogger?
He did. We didn't notice anything while reviewing them on August 14th. On August 15th, I was reviewing the cameras. Specifically, one area that was kind of hard to see, but after looking and being around the town of Brooklyn to get to 385th, there was really only 2 areas where you could access that road by pavement. So the areas the common areas that would have went right past Mr. Logan's house, East Des Moines Street, we didn't find her there. So on the 15th, I spent considerable time looking at the area of boundary and the end of East Des Moines, which is hard to see on the cameras. While I'm reviewing it, Agent George, he came up and he had asked me what I was looking at. As I'm reviewing the cameras, I show him what I'm looking for. I turned actually to say something to him, and he said, "I think I saw something there." I thought he was kidding at first, but I went back on the cameras, and then sure enough, we saw what looked to be like a jogger going through that frame.
It's from a distance, is that right?
It is.
All right. Now, let's back up just a bit. So you started reviewing the surveillance video on August the 14th, correct? You quit for the evening?
Yes.
And then came back to it the next day on August the 15th?
Correct.
Was that also back at the firehouse in Brooklyn?
Yes.
All right, and that's where this happened with Agent George that you just described to us, is that right?
That is correct.
All right, and we'll look at that video here in just a moment, but did you go back then and look several times to see if you could notice anything at all that appeared to be a runner?
Yes. I looked at it numerous times. I can say it was a runner. Has the appearance of a ponytail, but that was about it to me.
Okay. We're going to look at that video.
Where's the sheet? Make sure I get it right.
Okay. Agent Reeson, I've got on the screen what is Exhibit 11. You can see that?
Yes.
The date and time stamp on this particular video is what?
July 18th, 2018 at 19:45 hours and 24 seconds, so 7:45 p.m. as according to the timestamp on the tape or video.
Did you take any steps to determine if the date and timestamp were accurate?
Yes, when I was at Mr. Collins' residence, I compared the time and date to my cell phone. The date was correct, but the system was 3 minutes slow comparing it to my cell phone.
Okay, comparing it to your cell phone, correct?
Correct, yes.
So this 3 minutes, would that be then 7:45, 7:48?
Yes, my cell phone would say 7:48
Okay.
according to this.
So that's just in comparison to your phone, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, this is difficult to see. Would you agree with me?
I would very much agree.
Okay, and if you look at my cursor, the what you and Agent George would have initially seen, would this have been the view you would have had?
Yes, that's Boundary Street down there at the end of East Des Moines. So the gray house you can see to the south, and then the white house is actually across the street of Boundary, so to the east of Boundary. So right along that white house is where you'll see a jogger.
And it goes by in a fraction of a second, is that right?
It does.
Okay. We're going to play this, and then we have an enhanced version of that too, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to play the video at this time. Was that it?
That was it.
Okay. Let's play it again one more time. That's what Agent George identified to you, is that correct?
That's correct. He said he saw something, and then that's when I brought the video back and then played it forward again.
All right. Let's look at State's Exhibit number 12. This is a photo, correct?
Yes.
The whoops. So we have labeled on this photo, Exhibit 12, runner on boundary. Would you agree?
Yes.
And there's a black arrow pointing back to the back towards Boundary Street where my cursor is at. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is that where the what appears to be a runner goes through?
Yes.
Obviously, looking at this, we can't identify this person positively off of this video, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And this street that here on the cursor, is that, what street is that?
East Des Moines.
And then this street that runs this direction of the cursor towards the left side of the photo is what?
East Street.
Okay. Now, enhanced this portion of the video. Have you seen that?
I have.
All right. I'm going to now play what's Exhibit 13, which is the enhanced video, okay?
Okay.
We can see it a little bit clearer there, is that correct?
Yes.
I'll play it again here in just a moment, but let's be clear. What appears to be someone running is in the area where my laser pointer is, near this gray house, is that right?
Yes.
All right. Does the runner appear from the side of this gray house and then disappear behind the bush that is here to the left?
Yes.
All right, we're going to look at it one more time. Agent Reason, based upon yours and other law enforcement's view of what you believe to be a runner, caused you then to do what with the remainder of this video, or this surveillance video that you had seized?
Essentially what we decided to do was to start logging everything we saw on the video. Vehicles, any pedestrians, anything in and around that area prior to 7:45 and also following 7:45 p.m. as shown on the time and date stamp.
Now, in doing that type of surveillance, generally describe for us did you see multiple other vehicles?
Yes.
Well, generally describe for us what it was that you observed in that effort in reviewing the video that you just described.
While reviewing it, what we did, like I said earlier, once again we took this, and after we had located the runner, we once again parceled it out to different agents and deputies to review, and each created like a written log of just notes on what they had seen. So what was seen was, once again, cars, a person walking their dog, I recall, but most of it was vehicles.
All right. And in looking at that vehicle, collectively putting your heads together, did you notice what appeared to be a black Chevy Malibu?
We did.
Why was it that this particular car, out of all the others that you would have seen, drew yours and other law enforcement agents' attention?
The big thing for me was when those 4 individuals who were reviewing tape gave me their logs, I created a spreadsheet just on Excel, and with time and date according to the timestamp. And after the runner went past at 7:45:33, the next 4 entries in that log, once I compiled it, were a black Chevy Malibu.
Is that what drew your attention?
Yes.
All right. And was it significant to you and other law enforcement officers that it was close in time to when you saw the jogger?
It was.
And tell us why.
It was significant just being in the area. So it was just someone we really felt we needed to identify, whoever the driver was of that vehicle, to see if they saw something, if they knew who Mollie was or passed them or whatever. We just wanted to know who was driving that vehicle.
Now, were there distinctive features of the black Chevy Malibu that drew your attention?
Yeah, some of the features on it that were distinctive as opposed to a standard Malibu. It had chrome side mirrors, so the outside of the mirror was chrome. The door handles to the vehicle were chrome, and then it appeared to have chrome mag rims on the vehicle as well.
And did you take any steps or efforts, or did others, to figure out if any of those features were standard on a black Chevy Malibu?
We did.
And what did you determine?
We determined that they were kind of a specialty item, or it could have been an aftermarket item as well.
What was the aftermarket item?
Would have been the mirrors.
Okay. The chromed handles?
I don't recall if those were aftermarket or could have been through the factory. I don't recall that.
All right. And then the rims that you noticed, would those have been factory or aftermarket, or do you know?
I don't know.
The only feature that stood out to you would have been the chrome mirrors?
Well, I mean, as opposed to other Malibus you see on the road, the chrome mirrors, the door handles, and the mag rims are what were distinctive to me when viewing it on video.
And actually that's was evident on the surveillance video that you viewed, those particular features?
Yes, it was.
Okay. All right. So after you see... Yeah, sure.
We need to take a break
Sure.
at this time. So members of the jury, want to remind you of your admonition. We'll take a break here for 10 minutes. Leave your notebooks where they are, and Carrie will tell you when you can step out. Should be just momentarily. Thank you, everyone. And sir, you can step down.
You guys
continue with your direct examination.
Thank you. Agent Reeson, prior to the break, we were discussing the identifiable features on what appeared to be a black Malibu. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and what were those? Again, summarize those for us if you would.
The chrome side mirrors, the chrome door handles, and chrome-looking mag wheels,
Okay.
rims.
And did you and other agents make efforts then to go through the surveillance video to identify the different locations this car was at around the time of 7:45?
We did.
On July 18th of 2018?
Correct.
Okay, were there other times during the surveillance video where that particular car that you just described appears?
Yes.
All right, tell us again, before we look at the first video clip, when was it that the jogger went through on the video? What was the time?
The timestamp was 7:45:33 or 19:45:33 on the timestamp.
And then when did you first see the black Malibu go through the video?
It would have been approximately 20 to 30 seconds later.
Okay, and which direction is it traveling?
It was going to be coming up East Des Moines Street, traveling west.
Okay. And have you reviewed that particular part of the video?
Yes.
All right. I have on the screen right now State's Exhibit 14. Is this a video clip?
It is.
All right. And would this be the first time that you would have seen the black Malibu that you described in relation to the runner that we've already viewed?
It is.
All right. We'll play State's Exhibit 14. By the way, before we play it, looking at the exhibit, directionally, where does the black Malibu appear first?
The black Malibu will come from the same direction as where the jogger came through, so down by the gray house, traveling toward the red and white truck.
Okay. We'll show the video. Okay, we'll look at it one more time. Agent Reeson, prior to coming in to trial, were we able to screenshot part of this video to get a better look at the black Malibu?
Yes.
And have you seen that photo?
Yes.
Okay. We'll show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 15. Do you see that?
I do.
On the screen is Exhibit 15. First of all, before we zoom in, what is this that you notice on the black Malibu?
The mirrors being chrome, the door handles, the chrome rims were immediately identifiable to me.
That's a closer version of that photo, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, you can't identify the driver?
No.
Or the plate?
No.
All right. Okay, Agent Reeson, State's Exhibit 16 is now on the screen. Do you see that?
I do.
This is a video clip and shows us what direction again?
This would be to the north and east of the Collins residence.
And do you see that what appears to be that same vehicle passing through this particular video?
Yes, we do.
All right, and that the date and time stamp on this video is what?
It would be July 18th, 2018, 1947 and 51 seconds.
So just shortly after the video that we viewed a minute ago.
Correct.
Do you agree?
Yes.
And where I have the laser pointer, is that where we see the black Malibu come through?
It is.
Okay, we'll play the video. State's Exhibit 16. This was a video that drew your attention.
It was.
It appears to be the same car.
Yes.
All right, we'll watch it a second time. Did you likewise, did we take a screenshot of this video to get a static view of the car?
Yes.
And this is State's Exhibit 17 that's on the screen.
It is.
All right. Where'd my laser pointer at? What is that?
That's what we believe to be a black Chevy Malibu.
Okay. In looking at this photo, I've enhanced it just a bit on the screen. State's Exhibit 17. Can you catch the chrome mirror? Do you see it?
Yes, I see it.
And it's located here. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Where I've got the laser pointer?
Yes.
Very good. And going in chronological order, then, did you see the Malibu yet another time pass through the surveillance cameras?
Yes, sir.
And what street was that on?
I believe that would have been back on East Des Moines.
Okay. And at what time do we have on the date and time stamp for this particular video, which is State's Exhibit 18?
The time stamp on the video is 1948 hours and 44 seconds.
Okay. We'll watch that video. Okay. Okay, Agent Reese, I'm going to play it a second time, but just for purposes of the record, generally, where do we see the black Malibu come from on the video, and what direction is it traveling?
It's traveling from west to east, so it appears near the red and white truck and travels down East Des Moines Street toward Boundary.
Okay. And we'll watch it a second time. Were we able to likewise take a screenshot of that vehicle that we just saw in this particular video?
We were.
All right, and what's on the screen is State's Exhibit 19. Do you see the black Malibu?
I do.
This is the black Malibu?
Yes, sir.
Do you see those same features that you just described?
I do, specifically the door handles and the chrome mirror.
We'll take a closer look at that. Do you see the wheels, the mirror, and the handles that you described?
I do.
All right, and okay. What was the last time that you observed this particular vehicle pass through the surveillance cameras at 616 East Des Moines?
It would have been at 8:07, approximately 8:07 p.m., 8:06 and 55 seconds, I believe. It would have been traveling from west to east on East Des Moines Street.
The same direction that we have here in State's Exhibit 19, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. On any of these video surveillance cameras, can you identify the driver or the plate?
No, sir.
Is there any enhancement that you're aware of that could have provided that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. State's Exhibit 20 is on the screen. That's the date and time stamp is July 18th of 2018 at 20:06 and some seconds.
55 seconds, yes.
All right. And 20:06 is in normal time is what?
8:06
And
p.m.
all right, we'll play Exhibit 20. Do you see that same Chevy Malibu pass through on East Des Moines Street?
I do.
Headed to the east?
Correct.
This would again be headed towards the area where we had seen the jogger about 20 minutes before.
Yes, it would.
All right, we'll look at State's Exhibit 20 one additional time. How would you describe the rate of speed of that car in comparison to the other videos that we've observed?
In my opinion, on this trip through, it seemed to be going faster to me.
All right, and State's Exhibit 21 is on the screen. What is this that we're looking at, State's Exhibit 21?
The black Chevy Malibu in a still photo.
And the same spoked wheels that we see in on the other vehicles in the other videos are
Yep.
here?
Same mag wheels, same chrome door handles, and the chrome side mirrors.
This is just a blown up version of what we have on the screen, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to go back to an overall exhibit here. Exhibit 4 is now on the screen. Do you see that?
I do.
We have marked on the map, we mark it as a Tibbetts sighting. This is the area of the runner, is that correct?
That is correct.
This is Boundary Street that I have my cursor on, is that right?
Yep.
And East Des Moines runs east and west, is that true?
That is true.
Up here, what street is that?
That's 385th.
And the surveillance camera from the Collins residence on the sighting would have been generally from his residence to the southeast.
That is accurate.
Okay. All right, Agent Reason, after reviewing each of those videos and the stills and collecting that information, Did you relay that to other law enforcement?
I did.
Okay, and I know we've looked at 4 different clips here of the Chevy Malibu from 3 different camera angles. Were there other camera angles that showed the same car?
Yes.
Okay, there's an additional camera, correct, that faced more to the north?
Yes.
Could you see the same vehicle on that camera as well?
Yes, you could.
And if it faced north, it would catch it in generally the same direction that we had whenever the camera was faced northeast. Is that right?
That is accurate.
Okay. Did you see the black Chevy Malibu pass through the surveillance area after 8:07 and 55 seconds?
No, sir.
Now I know we've looked at the Chevy Malibu. Were there other vehicles that were on the video?
Yes, there were.
All right. Did you pass that same information along to law enforcement? Any other vehicle that would have drawn your attention?
We passed along the spreadsheet that was created, all the vehicles that were on there. There were some people, for instance, Christina Stewart was going to her parents, were able to identify who was in that car, that kind of thing.
Okay. So Christina Stewart's van appears on the video traveling on East Des Moines Street?
It does.
At about what time do you recall?
7:53, 1953 on the timestamp.
Okay. And you knew that was her vehicle?
Yes, later, once we were gaining information and looking into people who live on the road, travel that road, that sort of thing.
All right. Now, as a law enforcement officer, as generally in investigations, do you develop what are called leads?
Certainly.
What's a lead?
It's a piece of information that needs to be followed up on to see if it leads anywhere toward a resolution of an investigation.
Okay. Some leads are dead ends.
Sure.
Some leads are more fruitful. Would that be true?
That's true.
But you follow those leads as a law enforcement officer, as do other law enforcement officers. Is that correct?
Yes.
This information that you had on the video concerning the black Malibu, would that have been a significant lead to law enforcement?
Yes, in my opinion it was.
All right. And particularly with regard to this car and the timing of when you see the runner, why is that?
The vehicle passed through numerous times after seeing the runner pass through the video. Just from the time the runner went through until 8:07, there was 14 vehicles seen on those cameras. 6 of those were the Malibu.
Okay. All right. All right, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Defense may cross-examine.
Thank you. Agent Reeson, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. The spreadsheet you made also allowed agents to perhaps track down some of the registered owners of the vehicles, right?
That was the goal, yes.
Yeah, and that's where you got Christina Stewart, correct?
Yes, sir.
There was also a Brian Kriegel. You recall that name?
I remember seeing it on there, yes.
And what was the relevance of Mr. Kriegel?
If I recall, he was there was a new home being developed out there that he had a connection to.
And he lived on 385th, right?
Correct.
There's also an individual who is suspected of being on that video at 7:31 p.m. named Jackson Eichhorn. You recall that?
I do recall that.
What's the significance of Jackson Eichhorn?
Jackson Eichhorn was a high school friend and associate, acquaintance of Mollie Tibbetts. She was a few years older than him.
Okay. And you saw that him or a vehicle suspected to be his following the same route that the jogger was on, correct?
It was preceding the jogger.
Okay, but it was the same route.
Sure.
And that pickup came to that intersection where the jogger also came, and then you never saw it again, right?
Correct.
And then it was suspected that that pickup the dark pickup took a right and then went into the cemetery. Is that right?
We couldn't see that on video.
Okay, but that was your suspicion.
It was a suspicion.
Okay. And that cemetery is basically right at the end of East Des Moines Street, right?
Yes, East Des Moines will carry right into the cemetery.
Did you ever go out to the cemetery?
I did.
And what was the purpose of you going to the cemetery?
We were just trying to get a better lay of the land, seeing what could be seen from the cemetery out to 385th. We found that it's kind of a, there's a slight upgrade, toward the road. It's hard to see things during that time of year with corn growth and things.
But you can see 385th from the cemetery.
You couldn't see it well because of the corn in the field.
Sure.
So you could see over top of it, you could see the houses to the north side of the road.
Okay, very well. Now, the first time, or strike that, the jogger is seen running north at 7:45, which would be 7:48, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and we can't identify that jogger. We suspect, though, it's Mollie Tibbetts.
that's what we suspected, yes.
And Mr. Brown showed you the videos. The first video that we saw, Exhibit 14, shows the Malibu driving westbound, right?
Yes,
And that's away from the direction of the jogger, correct?
correct.
And the second video, again, shows the black Malibu, again, driving westbound, away from the direction of the jogger, right?
Correct.
And the final video, where you said the Malibu is driving at a higher rate of speed, that's at 8:10 p.m.
8:07 p.m.
But the true
Oh.
time is 8:10, right?
Yes, sir.
And what is your knowledge of the time where we believe Mollie Tibbetts was finally abducted?
I don't have that. I don't have that information.
Okay. If I told you 8:20, would that jog your memory?
That would make sense to me.
Okay. So we had the Malibu going by at 8:10 and Mollie Tibbetts being abducted at 8:20.
Well, speaking about this, I was 8:20 to 8:30 range is what I would say.
Okay. And is it your understanding that she was abducted near the intersection of 385th Avenue and 200th Street?
If that's the gravel road, the 200th Street,
Okay, let's assume it is.
that's what the assumption is.
Did you travel out to that location?
I had been out to that location.
How far is that location from the city limits of Brooklyn?
I'm not sure exactly where the city limits stop, but roughly from where the jogger was seen to that location is a little over 2 miles.
Okay. Now, who put the yellow dot on your map?
I'm not sure.
And that yellow dot was there because someone had identified surveillance cameras on Mr. Logan's home?
Yes,
Do you know when those surveillance cameras were identified?
I do not.
Did you only search the surveillance video for that 1 hour period on the 18th?
That's where we started on the 18th, was working off of our timeline that we were basing the investigation from.
How much footage has law enforcement reviewed off of Logan Collins' cameras?
At the time I can speak to, since then I can't speak to that.
Did Mr. Collins indicate to you how much footage was saved on his system?
I believe he had a 1 terabyte DVR, so it would be significant, 30 days or so.
Okay. So if you downloaded the information on what, August 14th?
Yes,
You'd have 30 days back from August 14th, right?
correct.
That put it somewhere in the vicinity of July 16th. That sound about right?
Yes,
So we would have at least a couple days of footage that law enforcement could review to see if anybody was stalking or trying to see Mollie on those 2 days from that camera, right?
what we chose to do was work off of our timeline. So we started at the knowns versus unknowns and kind of worked that direction.
Okay. But point is, once you had the 18th nailed down, law enforcement did no more work on reviewing that footage, right?
did no more work from working out from that time period.
Correct.
Yes, we were identifying the cars, vehicles, and people closest to when we saw the jogger.
Okay. So the point is, you never saw the black Malibu other than that one small time period?
I did not review any other time.
All right. Your investigation, over and above the video review, involved trying to speak to Wayne Cheney?
I did.
And you asked Wayne Cheney to give a statement?
I did.
And he was not cooperative, was he?
He was for a while. We were able to sit down and speak for a while, but he did leave the interview.
Okay. Now, were you also involved, or strike that, what was the desire to speak to Mr. Cheney arise from?
Just case facts that had come up throughout the investigation.
And what were those case facts?
A lot of it was just statements he had made, path of, once again, according to our timeline and locations, path of travel could have been out by his property.
As I understand it, the investigation was focusing on the southeast corner of Poweshiek County, right?
Correct.
And that's where Mr. Cheney lived, right?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Cheney had a history of violence with women, right?
I don't specifically recall that.
If there were a tip that came in involving an individual who had a history of violence with women in that area, in your training, education, and experience, would that be somebody that law enforcement would want to talk to?
Absolutely.
If there were an individual in that area of the county who had a history of sexual deviance or sexual violence toward women, would that be an individual law enforcement would want to talk to?
Yes.
Did the name Ron Pexa ever come up in your investigation?
Not in my portion, no.
Were you involved at all in a canvass of the 2400 block or the 2300 block of 460th Avenue?
No, sir.
Were you at all involved with responding to the scene where Ms. Tibbetts' body was recovered?
I was not.
In your training, education, and experience, once a body is recovered, like in a location where Ms. Tibbetts' body was recovered, would you want to interview persons in the area to see if they had seen or known anything out of the ordinary?
Certainly.
Like the next door neighbor, perhaps?
Yes.
If someone, the next house down the road within a quarter or half a mile from where her body was discovered, would you not want to interview that person?
That would be something you get to in the sense that obviously the location of the deceased becomes the primary. And so once again, kind of like the video, you start there and work out.
Okay. And if that person who lived close to the location of the body had a history of violence against women or sexual deviance or sexual violence against women, you'd want to talk to that person again, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Now, that's all I have.
State have any redirect?
No, Your Honor, no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You're excused. You may step down. Counsel, could I get you to approach, please?
Go ahead and clean all. We're going to break lunch.
Members of the jury, at this time, we'll break for lunch. We'll be in recess until 1:15. Please remember your admonition. Make sure you're not discussing the case with anyone, doing any type of independent research, or having any media exposure. leave your notebooks where they are, and we'll be back ready to go at 1:15. Thank you. get set up and just let me know when you're ready, okay? Good afternoon. We are back on the record after our lunch recess. We're in the presence of the jury. The defendant, Mr. Bahena, is present along with the attorneys of record. The state of Iowa may call its next witness.
Our next witness is Mike Fischel.
Step over here and I'll swear you in, please. Get you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. I'll head over there. Be seated if you would, sir.
Too close to that. All right, we good?
Okay.
All right. Agent Fischels, can you please state your name for the record?
Michael Fischels.
How do you spell your last name?
Fischels.
And how are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the Department of Homeland Security Investigations.
And how long have you been a federal agent?
Since 1996, about 25 years.
Okay. Are you getting ready to retire?
I am.
All right, when does that happen?
At the end of July.
All right, very good. Can you just describe your duties with Homeland Security?
Duties include enforcing Title 8, 18, Title 19, Title 21 of the United States Code, enforcing the Immigration and Nationality Act. Those codes involve drug smuggling, drug trafficking, alien smuggling, alien trafficking, shipping in and out of the United States, counterfeit goods, and of course immigration offenses.
Okay. And over the course of your career, well, let me ask you this. What's your current duty station?
Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
And how long have you been there?
Since 2005.
Okay. What other places have you worked as a federal agent? What other cities?
Prior to Cedar Rapids, I worked in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Prior to that, I worked in Douglas, Arizona. And prior to that, I worked in San Clemente, California.
Do you speak Spanish?
I do.
How would you rate your proficiency?
I consider myself proficient in the language.
Okay. If there was a native Spanish speaker, could you carry on a conversation with that person?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your educational background?
I graduated from Iowa State University in 1995 with a major in sociology, a minor in Spanish, and a minor in criminal justice.
And have you been able to put that minor in Spanish to good use in your career?
Yes, I have.
Do you frequently speak Spanish with other persons in your job?
Yes, I do.
When did you become involved in the investigation relating to the disappearance of Mollie Tibbetts?
I received a call for assistance from the DCI on August 19th of 2018.
And what was your role to be in the investigation?
The DCI had notified me that they were requesting our assistance from our agency for the following day on the 20th to canvass a couple areas in the area, specifically Yerby Farms.
Was there any particular person that was identified to you that you were to be looking for in this canvass?
During a briefing prior to going to Yerby Farms, they had told us that there was a vehicle that had been spotted, a vehicle of interest, and that they were looking for that vehicle and potential driver of that vehicle.
Did the potential driver of that vehicle have a Spanish name?
Yes, he did.
And what was that?
Cristhian Bahena Rivera.
Maybe you mentioned this already. What was the type of vehicle that you were to be looking for?
It was a black Chevy Malibu.
All right, so where did you go then on August 20th of 2018 in order to assist in?
We went to the Poweshiek County Sheriff's Office for a briefing, and after that, we departed the Sheriff's Office for Yerby Farms.
All right, and how many officers were present at the briefing at the Sheriff's Office?
I can't say exactly, maybe 20 to 25.
Okay, so you were going down to Yerby Farms to canvass. That means what exactly?
To speak, one, with the company to start with, two, to speak to the employees or other individuals that may be on the property about the vehicle, about the disappearance, and anything that DCI was seeking at that point.
Okay, and in addition to that, you were hoping to find Cristhian Bahena Rivera?
Yes.
All right. Is this Mr. Bahena Rivera, the defendant, somebody that you knew prior to the 20th of August?
No.
What time did you go to Yerby Farms on August 20th?
I believe it was about 1 or 1:30 in the afternoon.
And whenever you arrived at the farm, tell the jury what you first did.
I sat in my vehicle while agents from the DCI contacted the company owners. Once they were contacted, we were given the go-ahead that we could speak to anybody on the property, including the employees. At that point, I went with a DCI agent and began to speak to employees at the farm.
Did you go? Was that agent Scott Green?
Yes, it was.
All right. So you did not enter the property of Yerby Farms to talk to any workers without permission?
Correct.
Which you say that you were granted, correct?
Yes.
At some point while you were at Yerby Farms, was the defendant located?
Yes, he was.
Was he located by you or other officers?
Other officers.
Were you provided a central location at Yerby Farms in order to speak to the people that you needed to speak to in the canvass?
Yes, we were.
And where was that?
It was a building that was centrally located on the farm. Kind of a big open room. I believe I saw like the time clock there, a place for employees to hang up their coats. It also had what appeared to be a break room and maybe like a small locker room for boots and shoes.
Okay. Did this provide adequate space for you to speak with the farm workers?
Yes.
All right. At some point while you're at this central location, this room you described, did the defendant arrive?
Actually, he was there when I arrived at that building.
Okay. So where was he, the defendant, whenever you first arrived at the building?
He was standing with other employees in the larger room of that building.
Did you speak to him first, or did you speak to others?
I didn't speak to any of the other employees there in that room. I only spoke to him in the little break room, which was separated from the big room.
And were you able to speak to him in Spanish?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to understand the defendant?
Yes, I was.
Did he appear to understand you?
Yes, he did.
How would you describe his demeanor at the time that you encountered him at the building that you just described?
He was calm, not nervous, cooperative.
Okay, and the room that you met with him in, was it separate from the larger room?
Yes, it was.
Were you in there with him by yourself or with other officers?
I was in there with another DCI agent.
Was that Scott Green also?
No, it was not.
Initially, did you discuss with the defendant vehicles that were associated with him?
Yes, we did.
There were two, correct?
Correct.
You had indicated earlier that you were looking for a black Chevy Malibu, but was there another car that he was associated with him?
Yes, that day he was driving a Nissan Altima, which was parked at the farm.
Is that the first you'd heard of a Nissan Altima, was whenever he told you what he was driving?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Where did you ask the defendant where the black Chevy Malibu was located?
We did ask him about the black Chevy Malibu.
And what did he say?
He stated that the Malibu was parked at his residence or his trailer, which was located just down the road from the farm.
And do you know how far his trailer was from the farm location where you were at?
As he described it to me at that point, it was only about 5 minutes down the road.
Did you obtain consent to search the black Chevy Malibu?
Yes.
Who provided that to you?
Mr. Bahena Rivera.
Did you also obtain consent to search the Altima if that became necessary?
Yes.
And who provided you that consent?
Mr. Bahena Rivera.
Was there any other consent with regard to his residence that he maintained near the farm?
Mr. Bahena Rivera actually told me during the interview that he had received a phone call from someone seeking permission to search the trailer and or the Malibu, and he granted that permission or consent to search, but I don't know who he talked to.
Okay. So he had consented to have you search his trailer as well?
Correct.
Or his residence, I should say. So after the forms were signed, after you obtained the defendant's consent, did you ask him to come to the sheriff's office to be interviewed?
Yes.
What was his response to that?
He agreed to come down to the sheriff's office and continue an interview.
While you were in his presence, was there, let me back up. One more question with the car overlooked. So did you have a discussion with him as to who the black Chevy Malibu was registered to?
Yes.
What did he tell you with regard to that?
He said that the Malibu was registered to a female, his cousin, by the name of Areli.
So, agent officials, did you also talk, or was there any discussion with the defendant while you were in his presence about Mollie? Did you or someone else in your presence ask him if he knew her?
Yes.
What was his response?
He stated that he did not know her. He had not seen her, but he mentioned something about Facebook.
Was he asked a subsequent time whether or not he had known or been in the presence of Mollie Tibbetts?
Yeah, I believe he was asked again.
And what was his response?
I don't remember. I remember him specifically just saying that he did not know her.
Okay. Agent officials, did you have any participation in the subsequent interview of the defendant at the Poweshiek County Sheriff's Office?
No, other than
Did you find Cristhian Bahena Rivera at the farm?
Yes, we did.
Do you speak Spanish?
Very little.
Did you have any conversations with the defendant at Yerby Farms?
Just when I was taking and giving him a ride to the sheriff's office, we talked just about the weather, and that's about it.
I want to go back to the farm prior to your transport of the defendant. Did you find anything of interest at the farm?
I was doing an interview with a farmhand, and then that farmhand identified that Cristhian Rivera was going to be found in the milk parlor about 30 yards away, and identified a vehicle that he had driven to that property.
And what vehicle was on the property?
Brown Nissan Altima.
Did you search that Altima?
Visually did a search of the interior.
Was there anything in the vehicle at that time?
There were running shorts in the front seat and like a gray pipe in the back seat.
I'm sorry, interpreting the last one.
Gray pipe in the back seat.
Thank you.
And Agent Green, you said you transported the defendant to the Poweshiek County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, I did.
Were you requested to do that?
Yes, I was.
Was anyone else in the vehicle with you?
Special Agent Joe Arian.
And do you recall approximately what time you left Yerby Farms?
About 3:15 p.m.
And how long did it take for you to get to the sheriff's office?
Approximately 20 minutes.
Did you have any conversations with the defendant during that time?
No.
When you arrived at the sheriff's office, what did you do?
We went into the main lobby area where he took a seat, and then I took a seat to do finish my paperwork that I was working on.
Was anyone else present in the lobby?
No, Joe Arian went back into the sheriff's office to talk with the case agent.
Was the defendant offered anything to eat or drink?
Yeah, a short time later, he was offered I believe, a popper of water.
And do you recall approximately how long you were at the sheriff's office?
Approximately 20 minutes or so.
And where did you go when you left the sheriff's office?
We returned back to the Yerby Farms.
And where was the defendant when you left the sheriff's office?
Last time I saw him, he was in the lobby.
Was any other law enforcement personnel sitting in the lobby prior to you leaving?
No, there was not.
Do you recall the approximate time you left the sheriff's office?
Not off the top of my head. I would figure it's like 3:45, close to 4 o'clock.
And just to be clear, when you left the sheriff's office or the lobby, was there anybody else in the lobby other than the defendant?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Defense may cross-examine.
Agent Green, when you left Yerby Farms with Mr. Bahena, he didn't take his own vehicle?
No, he did not.
Why not?
I had no idea. I was asked by Joe Arian to ride him a ride to the sheriff's office.
And that's common practice for agents to give them a ride in their squad vehicle or their state-issued vehicle, right?
We have done that, yes.
More common than not, right?
We do have done that, yes, in the past.
So in this situation, when Mr. Bahena got to the sheriff's office, he's 20 minutes from his vehicle, right?
Correct.
Now, did you take a DNA sample from Mr. Bahena?
I did not.
You were present for a DNA swab that was taken from another individual, though.
Yes, I was.
Who was that?
The gentleman I was talking to was Monroe.
Chaidez?
Yes, Chaidez, yeah.
And he was also an employee of Yerby Farms?
Yes, he was.
Also an Hispanic?
Yes, he was.
In your briefing before you went to Yerby Farms, were agents told to get DNA swabs, cheek swabs from every employee at Yerby Farms?
That was my understanding, yes.
Why?
To gather for information if we had to do evidence later, to compare evidence if the evidence is found.
Concerning what?
If there was DNA evidence found on a subject, on a victim, that we could determine whether that was the same subject to that case.
Okay, so you're looking for DNA to connect to the disappearance of Mollie Tibbetts at this point?
That'd be my understanding, yes.
And you're doing what you agents call a canvas, right?
Correct.
And explain to me in layman's terms what a canvas is.
A canvas is when you go interview people regarding what they've seen and what they saw pertaining to your case that you're currently working on.
Okay. And to your knowledge, all of Brooklyn basically had been canvassed, right?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, had any tips or leads come in before the lead on this Black Malibu concerning any Hispanic individual and the disappearance of Mollie Tibbetts?
Based upon my limited time in doing the canvas, I don't believe so.
When the canvas was done in Brooklyn, Iowa, did agents get a DNA swab from every household they went to?
No.
But yet they went to Yerby Farms and got a swab from every employee, right?
That was the understanding, yes.
And when you were there, every employee you saw was Hispanic, right?
Yes.
And how many employees did you see?
I assume there's 6 to 8 potentially.
Okay. And how many officers total did this canvass?
Approximately 12.
Okay. Mr. Rivera was cooperative with you?
Yes.
Had you had any involvement or any contact with this case prior to August 20?
Yes, we were assisted with the canvas in the previous days before in Brooklyn.
Did you take any DNA samples then?
No.
Were you interviewing people who were Caucasian?
Yes.
And no one asked you to take any DNA samples from them?
No.
And who specifically made the call to take DNA samples from all the Hispanic employees?
I believe it was the case agent.
That's Trent Vilda?
Yep.
Did he give any specific reasons why he wanted DNA swabs from each and every Hispanic employee?
Not to my recollection.
Did you take a DNA sample from the owner of the dairy farm?
No, he did not. Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And just so the record's clear, did you see the owner of the dairy farm?
I met one of the owners, yes.
Okay. Was he Hispanic?
No.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Freese. Mr. Claver, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Agent Green, did the defendant have his cell phone with him at the sheriff's office?
In my recollection, yes.
Did you observe the defendant using his cell phone at that time?
Yes, he did.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Freese, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
Can we clear the hall?
Clear the hallways.
Members of the jury, we'll take a 10-minute recess at this time. Want to remind you of your admonition. You can leave your notebooks where they are and try to be back in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
You guys are free to go.
Back on the record, we're in the presence of the jury. Mr. Bahena is present along with the attorneys of record. State of Iowa may call its next witness.
Our next witness is Pamela Romero.
Mr. Romero, you want to step up here, please? Raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You do.
Okay. Mr. Romero, can you make your way over there and be seated, please?
Watch your step.
Not too close. But speak up, okay?
Yes.
You may proceed when you're ready, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Romero, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Pamela Romero.
And how do you spell your last name?
Romero.
Ms. Romero, currently how are you employed?
I am the Learning and Development Specialist at West Liberty Foods, located in West Liberty, Iowa.
Okay. And what is West Liberty Foods?
It's a turkey process meat factory.
And how long have you worked for West Liberty Foods?
It's going to be 2 years in June 26th of this year.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes.
Can you please describe that for the jury?
Yes. I graduated from Cedar Rapids Police Academy back in 2015. And I started working with the West Liberty Police Department for 2.5 years. Later transferring to the Iowa City Police Department for 11 months. And I'm currently a part-timer with West Liberty Police Department.
Okay. So when would you have left law enforcement? Do you recall?
Yes, it was December of 2018.
And you live in West Liberty and now work there, correct?
Yes.
You have a family, is that right?
That is right.
You're married?
Yes.
How many children?
4.
All right. And their ages range?
20, 14, 10, and 14 months.
And what are family reasons the chief reason that you went back to West Liberty to work there?
Family obligations.
Did you enjoy law enforcement?
Yes.
All right. Do you hope to return to it full time at some point?
Yes, I wish I could.
Okay. You're getting ready to move, is that right?
That is correct.
Where are you going?
Texas, 14 miles up north from Dallas.
Is this a transfer for your husband?
That is correct, yes.
All right. Ms. Romero, take you back to your law enforcement days.
Mm-hmm.
As a police officer with West Liberty and Iowa City, did you receive any specific training in interview techniques?
Yes, when I was with the West Liberty Police Department, they sent me to training back in December of 2016 for one of the CTK classes. And then I went back to the advanced class in February of 2017.
Okay, whenever you say CTK classes, is that the acronym for the officers that run the school?
Yes.
There are DCI agents, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
So you take a basic class, is that right?
Yes.
And how long does that last, if you know?
8 hours.
Okay, and then the advanced class is a little bit longer?
It is 8 hours too, so it will go ahead and be a total of 16 hours.
Okay. And what were your duties then with West Liberty prior to transferring to Iowa City?
Was a patrolling officer responding to service calls, community involvement, just the basic duties of a police officer.
Do you investigate criminal acts that were reported to the police department?
Yes, sir, we do.
Have occasion to interview potential suspects?
All the time, informal.
All right. And the same is true in Iowa City?
That is correct, yes, in Iowa City too.
Were you a patrol officer there?
Yes.
All right. Did you work any particular shift in Iowa City?
It was the night shift. I believe at that time I was working 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
All right. get us a bit of background on you. Do you speak Spanish?
Yes.
How would you characterize your fluency?
I am native speaker.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
I usually use my Spanish 90% on my daily routines. At work, with my family, we even have a rule at home that we cannot speak English. It has to be Spanish.
Okay, so Spanish is your first language.
Yes.
Were you born here in the United States?
I was not.
Where were
I
you
was born in the north part of Mexico, Durango.
Okay, when did you immigrate to the United States?
Back in 1989, I was 10 years old.
Did you come here with your family?
Yes, to the small town of West Liberty, Iowa.
Okay. And did your parents work at the same food processing plant that you work at now?
Not my parents, but my brothers did.
When did you learn English?
I came here, I was enrolled in school. I was enrolled in 5th grade, so I learned English in school till I graduated from West Liberty.
Okay. Did you go on to college?
Yes.
Where did you go to college?
William Penn University.
All right. And did you receive a degree?
My associates, yes.
Okay. And associates in what area?
Science degrees. I was going into teaching, and then I just completed the 2 years.
Tell us again what the degree was in.
Science degree, just getting the basics out towards my teaching degree.
Did you go on to receive a 4-year degree?
No.
In your duties at West Liberty and Iowa City as a police officer, were you frequently called on to interact with Spanish-speaking persons?
Yes.
Both suspects and witnesses, I would assume?
Yes.
Did you have numerous occasions to interact with people in that way?
Yes.
In your law enforcement capacity?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Romero, I want to direct your attention to July of 2018. Did you become aware of an investigation that was being conducted in Poweshiek County involving the disappearance of Mollie Tibbetts?
Yes, I was made aware.
Okay, and were you requested to assist law enforcement in speaking to potential Spanish-speaking witnesses?
Yes, the first time that I got involved, I was with the Iowa City Police Department, and they told me that they needed assistance with the Hispanic community for me to go ahead and do interviews in Spanish.
And how many days in July did you spend in Poweshiek County assisting in the investigation in that manner?
1 day.
Moving forward to August 20th of 2018, were you contacted by law enforcement in Poweshiek County to come to Montezuma to interview a person identified to you as Cristhian Rivera?
When I was contacted, I was not made aware that I was going to go ahead and interview Mr. Rivera. I was I had the idea that I was called down there to assist again with my Spanish-speaking skills.
Okay, and did you come to Montezuma then on August the 20th of 2018 for that purpose?
Yes.
At some point were you told that you were needed to assist in the interview of the defendant?
Yes.
When were you? I'm sorry, go ahead.
When I got there.
Okay, when you arrived in Montezuma?
Yes.
And it may be obvious at this point, but why were you chosen to be the person to interview the defendant?
It was brought to the understanding that Mr. Rivera spoke Spanish, so me being a native speaker, it will be easier for me and him to communicate.
Okay. And were you briefed at the time by officers that were involved in the investigation as to what the facts were of the investigation to that point?
Yes, DCI agents and FBI agents.
At the time that you were requested to assist in the investigation, had the body of Mollie Tibbetts yet been located?
No.
Whenever you came to Montezuma, did you come with any other Iowa City police officer?
Yes, at that time I was traveling with Sergeant Fink.
Sorry, say that again.
Sergeant Fink.
F-I-N-K?
Yes.
And what is Sergeant Fink's first name? Is it Jeff?
Yes.
Sorry, that's okay. Whenever you left Iowa City, where was the first place you went to then in Poweshiek County?
We went to the sheriff's office in Poweshiek County.
Is that where you met with other officers that you just described?
Yes.
And you were briefed on the investigation at that point?
That is correct, yes.
Was that the time when it was decided that you would attempt to interview the defendant, Cristhian Bahena Rivera?
Yes.
When was the first time that you met the defendant?
It was at that time he was sitting out in the lobby, and I was told by the DCI agents that he was out there, so I went out there to introduce myself. I told him who I was, told him I'm Officer Romero with Iowa City Police Department at the time, and thank him for being there and for being patient, and to let him know that I was going to go ahead and be a few minutes for us to go ahead and bring him back.
Okay. So you went out initially and introduced yourself?
Yes.
Then you went back to where?
Back to the room where the other agents were at.
Whenever you met the defendant the first time, was he with anybody else?
No.
Did he appear to have a cell phone at his disposal, at his use?
He had his cell phone in his hands.
Did he appear to be using it by your observation?
The motion that he had, he was leaning forward with the phone on his hand.
Where he was at in the sheriff's office at Poweshiek County in Montezuma, was that a secure area?
Yes. Well, part of it, I'm guessing. I'm not really familiar with the area. So the part where I was at, it was not secure.
Okay. The lobby area where you met him?
Correct.
Okay. That would have been open to the general public?
Yes.
Okay. You do identify yourself as a police officer?
Yes.
Were you wearing a uniform or badge or any type of insignia?
No, I was not wearing the uniform, but I did have my gun, which is required when you carry, you have to have your badge with you. So I did have my badge, but it was on my belt. I don't think it was seen by Mr. Rivera.
After speaking with officers, after introducing yourself to the defendant, did you then go back out to the lobby to get him, to bring him back to attempt an interview?
Yes.
Was the defendant cooperative?
Yes, he was.
Where did you take him to be interviewed?
We took him to one of the back interview rooms. Again, where it was at, I'm not very familiar with the building myself. It was just an interview room.
Did you take his phone away from him?
No.
Were you pleasant with him?
Yes.
In the manner that we're speaking here today?
I believe this is the same tone that I was using with him.
Okay. Whenever you showed him back to the interview room, did you point out the exits to him?
Yes, I made sure I knew where the exits were before I took him down. When we were walking down, it was myself and Mr. Rivera, and I show him there's the exit sign right there. That means that it's an exit door.
Okay. And the door, was there a door on the room that you conducted the interview in?
Yes, there was a door, which I showed to Mr. Rivera that the door was unlocked.
Did you tell him he could leave at any time?
Yes, I did.
Was he agreeable to speak with you?
Yes, he was.
All right. So up until this point, what language were you speaking with the defendant?
Spanish.
Right. When the interview began shortly after, what language were you speaking with the defendant?
Spanish.
All right. And was the interview recorded?
Yes, it was.
Recorded by video?
Yes.
And audio?
Yes.
If we were to sit and watch the video and audio of this recorded interview, would we see two people speaking in Spanish?
You will go ahead and see three people speaking Spanish.
Jeff Fink So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sergeant Jeff Fink, myself, and Mr. Rivera.
Did the defendant ever converse with you in English?
No.
So unless we understand Spanish, we're not going to understand the video interview by watching it, correct?
It will be difficult if you're not fluent in Spanish just because of the speed of the conversation.
Okay. We'd have to be fluent in Spanish in order to understand it, in your opinion?
In my opinion, yes.
Agent Romero, are you able to translate your conversation that you had with the defendant on the night of August 20th and morning of August 21st of 2018?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review both video as well as transcripts prior to coming in here today?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall the interview also from your own memory as to what was said during that interview?
Yes.
Prior to going into the interview, Agent Romero, you did not know the location of Mollie Tibbetts' body?
No.
Did you know that Mollie Tibbetts' body had been covered by corn leaves and was located in a cornfield? Did you have that knowledge before talking to Cristhian Bahena Rivera?
No.
Did you know or have any knowledge as to the injuries sustained by Mollie Tibbetts that caused her death?
No.
Did you have any knowledge as to Mollie Tibbetts' blood being located in the Black Chevy Malibu? Did you have that knowledge?
No.
Because at that time, Mollie Tibbetts had not been recovered, correct?
That is correct.
And no blood had been found at that point in the Black Chevy Malibu, correct?
Correct.
Because it had not been analyzed yet by the DCI.
Correct.
During your interview with Mr. Rivera, overall, how would you describe his demeanor?
He was friendly. We had a very friendly conversation. I thought so. We were very immersed in the conversation. I was making the questions. He was answering them. Very engaged.
Did he ever appear to not comprehend any question that you asked him?
No.
Did you ever not comprehend any answer that he gave?
No.
At the beginning of the interview, Ms. Romero, did you speak with the defendant about the vehicle that he drove?
Yes, at the beginning of the interview, I spoke to him about his work of employment, family history, and the vehicles that he had, who he lived with, and his residence, and just rapport building.
Okay, let's just speak specifically about the vehicle. We'll get into the other things, but did you talk to him about the vehicle that he drove?
Yes.
And what did he tell you about the vehicle that he drove?
He actually told me that he had two vehicles. One was a black Malibu, Chevy Malibu, that he had purchased from one of his cousins. I believe, if I do recall correctly, it was somewhere in Tama, a dealership, that he was making payments towards that car because the actual owner of that vehicle was his cousin. And then he also mentioned another vehicle, an Altima, that he stated that he usually drove in the gravel back roads of the town, because the information that he gave me is the reason why he did that is because the vehicle was not up to date with the registrations, the Altima. And the black Malibu, it was fine, so he said that he drove that one around town.
During the interview with the defendant, did you allow him to keep his cell phone?
Yes.
Did you allow him to use his cell phone whenever he wanted to?
Yes.
Okay. All right, during the first part of the interview, you had mentioned earlier that you talked to him about his family.
Yes.
Did you talk to him about his job?
Yes.
What did he tell you about his family and his job?
He told me that he had been here 7 years in the United States, 4 years in Brooklyn, working in the farms that he stated that he was working at. He gave me information about cousins, uncles living in the close areas.
You had mentioned earlier that this was what you called rapport building.
Yes.
Is this something that you had been trained on with regard to conducting an interview?
Yes.
What's the purpose of rapport building?
It's getting to know the person that you're talking to.
And during this part of the interview, were you able to get to know the defendant?
Yes.
Did you ask him where he was currently working?
Yes.
Where was that?
Jurors Farms?
And did he tell you what his jobs were at Jurors Farms?
Yes, he did. He told me that when he started his employment with Jurors Farms, he was milking cows. And later he told me that he moved to another position, that it was a lot easier, which it was cleaning the sections.
All right. Before we move on to the next section of the interview, Ms. Romero, overall in this interview and interaction with the defendant, did you take frequent breaks?
Yes.
And do you know, on all of the interactions that you had with him, was it always you and Jeff Fink that were in the room, or were there times when one or the both of you would leave?
There were times that one of the other ones will live. I was all the time with Mr. Rivera.
Did you provide him food?
Yes, I did. And the hours of the interview, I believe we gave him approximately 8 to 9 breaks.
And did you provide him a full meal at one point?
Yes, there was a sandwich, and I even asked what beverage was his preference, and I provided that to him.
And you allowed him time to eat that meal?
He had approximately 25 minutes to eat.
And again, was he always tracking questions that you were asking him?
Yes.
All right. Did he appear sleepy to you at any time?
Yes, maybe towards the end. I mean, at the end of the interview, everybody was tired. I was also tired myself.
Okay. All right. After the initial part of the interview, did you then turn to whether or not the defendant knew or had seen Mollie Tibbetts?
Yes.
Do you recall how far into the interview with him, as far as time, that you raised Mollie Tibbetts for the first time?
Yes, I do not recall the exact time, but it was approximately an hour and 45 minutes into the interview.
And do you know if it was before or after he had had something to eat? Do you recall?
I do not recall.
Did you then begin to gather facts or attempt to gather facts about the defendant's possible knowledge of Mollie Tibbetts' disappearance?
Yes.
What does he initially say with regard to Mollie Tibbetts?
Mr. Rivera told me that he had no idea who she was, and she told me that he had never seen her.
Did you have a photo of Mollie Tibbetts that you showed the defendant?
At that time, I pulled out one of the posters, the flyers that had Mollie Tibbetts' face. I put it in front of the Mr. Rivera, and he looked at it, and he goes, "Yes, I have seen them around town. They are all over town." And at that point, he also added that he remembered seeing Mollie's boyfriend at one of the local gas stations.
But initially, he denied having ever known Mollie Tibbetts. Is that true?
That is true.
Or having any contact with her?
That is true. He stated he kept a picture of, or the copy of the poster flyer in his car.
At all points forward in the interview, Ms. Romero, sorry, wait for them to switch. Ready. At all points forward in the interview, Ms. Romero, with the defendant, was your understanding that you were talking about the disappearance of Mollie Tibbetts with the defendant?
Yes.
And when you used the her or she, were you referring to Mollie Tibbetts?
Yes.
Was it your understanding that the defendant did the same?
Yes.
All right. Was there a time then, just after raising bringing in Mollie Tibbetts to the interview, was there a time during the interview that you then showed him a photo of a vehicle that was taken from surveillance in Brooklyn from the home of Logan Collins?
Yes, so I was provided with 3 pictures of a black vehicle that was obtained, I was told, by one of the DCI agents from the Logan Collins surveillance video. That photo showed the black Malibu.
Okay. And had you received those 3 photos at one of the breaks that you had taken during the interview?
Yes.
While you were at the Poweshiek County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Did you show those photos to Cristhian Bahena Rivera?
Yes, I did.
Hang on a second, sorry. How did you display them to him?
I was just gonna say that I laid them out in front of him, the 3 pictures together.
Okay.
I said, can you please look at them for me? He looked at them and his response was, yes, that is my car.
Did you even have to ask him if it was his car, or did he just volunteer that?
He volunteered to say that that was his car.
Were these were still shots taken from the surveillance camera, is that right?
That is what I was told, yes.
Did it have a time and date stamp on it?
Yes, they did, which I pointed out to Mr. Rivera. He stated that, yes, it was 1948, the time, and July 18, the date.
Okay, so 1948 would be 7:48 p.m.?
Yes, Army time.
And the date would have been July 18th?
Yes.
So that date and time stamp would have been on the photocopy of the photo that you showed him?
Yes.
Did you ask him if he was the sole owner of the Malibu?
I asked him if he was driving the vehicle that date and time. He said yes, that was me. I asked him, is anyone else in the car with you at that time and that particular date? He goes, no, it was just me.
Were you aware at that point, Ms. Romero, that a runner had been seen on the surveillance video taken from Logan Collins' residence?
Yes, it was shown, a person.
Okay, and did you the defendant?
Yes, I pointed out to the person that was running. I told Mr. Rivera, you see this person that is running?
Okay, so he used the term she?
Yes.
Okay, now the picture that you would have shown him would have been essentially a shadowed dot, is that right?
That is right.
All right. Was there any way to tell in the photo that you used with the defendant if it was male or female?
No.
And he used the term her?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Romero, at this point, did the defendant then describe seeing anyone running in Brooklyn at about that time on that date?
Yes, he went on describing that it was a female girl running.
Did he say at this point how many times he observed this female runner while in Brooklyn?
Mr. Rivera told me that he saw her 3 times. He saw her first, turn around, came back. He stated that she even waved at him and smiled, and then he went back, and that is when he continued doing what he was doing at that time.
Okay, what was it that he was supposedly doing in Brooklyn?
He stated that he was trying to find his way around town, that he was heading to his uncle's residence to obtain a vacuum cleaner.
So he told you that he saw a female running
Yes.
on 3 different occasions. Did he ever place himself out on the county blacktop east of Brooklyn?
The way that Mr. Rivera described that first sight of the female was, it was in a paved road near a curve.
Did he ever indicate a car or engaged her in any way?
Not at that particular time.
All right. Would have had any contact other than, at least that's what he said, never had any contact with her other than seeing her?
At that time, yes.
After seeing her the last time, the 3rd time, where did he say he went in Brooklyn?
Mr. Rivera told me that he lost track of her, that he lost sight of her on his way to pick up the vacuum cleaner.
Did he then say where he went?
Into town, I am guessing, because he told me that he was going to his uncle's residence, which it was in the trailer court inside Brooklyn.
Now, discussion with the defendant about the appearance of the runner, female runner that he saw.
Yes, I asked her what he thought of the female runner first, and his answer was, I found her attractive. I asked him what she was wearing. He said maybe a top sport bra, and he continued describing, did not say the name of it, but he just said one of those things that you put on to measure your steps or to hold your cell phone.
Or hold your
Hold
cell phone?
the cell phone.
Okay. Did he ever use any other term other than attractive to describe the runner that he saw?
He stated at one point that he thought that she was hot.
All right. Ms. Romero, during this conversation, does the defendant ever admit to you that he had anything to do with harming Mollie Tibbetts?
Right at that time, he said no.
A break was taken after this discussion?
Yes.
During that break, was Cristhian Rivera placed into custody?
Yes.
All right.
That
And did the interview then continue in the vehicle that morning? So later on in the morning, at approximately 4:30 a.m., did you, Cristhian Bahena Rivera, and another officer leave the sheriff's office?
Yes, Officer Kiwi, an agent from FBI, and myself and Mr. Rivera left the office.
Where did you go?
We went to his residence. Yes.
All right. That's an area in southeast of Brooklyn, correct?
I'm not Poweshiek County.
Then did you proceed to a rural area?
He led cornfield.
Okay, I'm going to show you a photo. States, it's the all right. Do you see States Exhibit 3 there on the screen, Ms. Romero?
Yes, I do.
This location that is on the map is 2478 460th Avenue. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
What kind of road is that?
Gravel road.
All right. Is it, even for a rural county, is that area pretty rural?
Yes.
Okay.
It was a cornfield. It was cornfields all around us.
Okay, that's a good point. This is July or August of 2018, correct?
Yes.
So the corn is up, right?
Yes, it was August 21st already. Yes.
Oh, right. So the corn is up and it is at least about head high. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay.
The grass was pretty tall too.
Right. The nearest town to where this location is that you went with Mr. Rivera, the defendant, is nearest the town of Guernsey. Is that right?
Yes.
And it's almost to the Iowa County line. Would that be true?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And in the vehicle, did you were you in the vehicle with the defendant roadside at that location that we see here on Exhibit 3?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to look at it, Exhibit, I believe it's 25. All right, Exhibit 25, is this the general area that you would have been parked roadside with the defendant, Cristhian Bahena Rivera?
Yes, that's where we were parked.
Okay, to the right on this photo, there is an opening to a cornfield, is that correct?
That is correct.
And through that area, who was located there?
Mollie Tibbetts' body.
Okay. Did you ever go out to the location of the body?
Yes.
Okay. And were other officers present at this location?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Which direction are we looking here? We would be looking back to the east. Would that be accurate?
That will be accurate.
Okay. And then exhibit number 26, if we can see that. The opening to that cornfield there is on the left on exhibit 26. Do you see that?
Yes.
And generally, is this area show where you were parked in the vehicle with the defendant?
Yes, we were close to that white vehicle.
Say that again.
We were like in front of that, where that white vehicle is right now, like in front of that. Like those vehicles were not there then, but it was close to that area.
Okay, so a little bit further up the road is what I'm hearing you say.
Yes.
And this is looking back to the west. Would that be true?
That will be true.
Was there any fence between the two posts or to cross into the cornfield?
No, there wasn't.
All right, you can take that down. Thanks. Ms. Romero, whenever you got back into the vehicle, did you read the defendant his Miranda warnings?
Yes, I did. So inside the vehicle was Mr. Rivera, myself, and Sergeant Jeff Fink.
And did he waive those?
Yes, he wanted to talk to me.
All right. And did you then ask him what happened between he and Mollie Tibbetts?
I asked Mr. Rivera to give me all the details that he could remember since he approached Mollie Tibbetts.
All right. What was the first thing the defendant told you about seeing a female on July 18 near Brooklyn, Iowa, at or near 7 the defendant on this occasion, this is while you were seated at the roadside that we just saw, correct?
Yes.
All right. Mollie Tibbetts?
Yes.
And he got out of his vehicle?
And I started jogging behind her.
Okay. Is there another officer in the vehicle that you were in interviewing him that also spoke Spanish?
Yes. Sergeant Jeff Fink speaks Spanish.
And does Officer Fink ask him if that was on 385th Avenue?
Yes, he did.
And what did the defendant respond?
Mr. Rivera confirmed that it was.
Confirmed that he had seen Mollie Tibbetts on 385th Avenue?
Yes.
You told us that he jogged towards her and that a cell phone was used. Is that correct?
That is what he said. Mr. Rivera said that she made the attempt to use the cell phone, later telling me that she told him that she was going to call the police.
And what was the defendant's reaction to Mollie Tibbetts' threat to call the police?
Mr. Rivera said that he got angry.
Did he indicate that there was any type of physical altercation?
After he stated that he got angry, he stated that they started fighting.
Was he any more specific at this point as to what the fight was?
He said tried to slap him and was screaming at him.
Did this make him angry?
Mr. Rivera said that this is when he became angry.
Okay. Now, what is the next thing that Cristhian Rivera told you that he remembers while he was on this road with Mollie Tibbetts?
So once Mr. Rivera told me that he got angry and he remembered them starting fighting, he stated that usually when he becomes angry or when he gets mad, he blacks out. So the next thing that he told me was that he remembered him driving and looking down legs and finding the earbuds that belonged to Mollie, and that is when he remembered that he had Mollie in the back of his vehicle in the trunk.
He did not tell you that he remembered putting her in the trunk.
He stated that he did not remember putting her inside the car. He did not remember how she got there, but he did remember how he took her out of the vehicle.
Okay. But he did remember her being in the trunk.
Yes.
And where were the earbuds at specifically in his car? Where did he Mollie's or the earbuds he described? Where did he put them?
He stated that he was driving, looked down on his legs. That's how he put it, and that is when he saw them.
Did the defendant indicate to you where he took Mollie Tibbetts?
Yes, at the location where we were at.
To a cornfield?
To the cornfield.
Does the defendant describe at this point any injuries to Mollie Tibbetts' body?
That there was blood. He told me that he took her out of the car, put her on top of his shoulder, carried her inside into the cornfield, laying her down, covering her with corn leaves, and leaving right away.
Is he specific at all concerning the injuries to Mollie Tibbetts as to what part of her body those injuries were located?
At one point I asked him, was it the head that it was bleeding? Was it the forehead? He stated he, with his hand, he motioned the neck.
So did he actually say the neck, or did he just point to his neck?
He stated and he pointed to the neck.
Did he describe for you how her body felt when he carried her?
I asked him how her body felt against his body when he was carrying her. He told me that it felt like a person that had just fainted.
Did the defendant ever tell you or remember for you any weapon that was used to cause the injuries to Mollie Tibbetts that would have caused her to bleed?
No, he did not.
He couldn't remember it?
He could not remember.
Okay. Is it fair to say, Ms. Romero, that in your conversation with Cristhian Rivera roadside at the cornfield, that the recall by the defendant was not complete?
Yes, I was trying to get more details from him.
Okay. And it was not complete in terms of he never discussed a weapon that was used to harm Mollie Tibbetts.
That is correct.
He did not provide you turn by turn a drive that he took to the cornfield, correct?
Correct.
And there may have been some other details left out, is that right?
Yes, that's what I was understanding.
Did the defendant provide you any information concerning the condition of his clothing?
Yes, he told me that he had no shirt on because it was stained with blood.
I'm sorry, I didn't...
He had no shirt on because it was stained with blood.
Okay.
Or it could be bloody.
He had no shirt on at what point?
When he was carrying her inside the cornfield.
After he covers Mollie Tibbetts with corn leaves, did he leave?
Yes.
Right away?
He said I left right away.
You asked him again in this part of the interview concerning putting her in the car. Do you recall that?
Yes.
He doesn't remember putting Mollie Tibbetts in the vehicle, but remembers taking her out. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
After going through this statement with the defendant, did you press him then for more details?
Yes, I did.
Because of those gaps that we just mentioned, is that right?
Yes.
Did you want to get all of the information that you could possibly get from the defendant?
Yes.
That was your goal?
That was my goal.
All right. Did you ever then confront him by asking him if you ever, did you ever then press him then on more details? How did you go about doing that?
Yes, so I went to ask him, Mr. Rivera, please just let me know, give me more details, how she got into the car, what happened to her, what did you do to her? His answer was, I brought you here, didn't I? So that means that I did it. I don't remember how I did it.
Okay. So he tells you that you were pressing him for more details.
Yes.
He tells you that he brought you all the way out to her.
Yes.
So that means I did it, right? It was a question, is that correct?
That is how he's put it, yes.
Right. And then he follows that with, I don't know how I did it, is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you press him at one point on more details by asking him what changes?
He goes, nothing changes. I brought you out here. And then he restates what he told me earlier.
Okay. All right, and towards the end of this interaction with the defendant, you come back to asking him about being scared when Mollie Tibbetts threatened to call the police. Is that right?
Yes.
What was his reaction, or what was his answer to that particular statement?
He said that he got scared, but he got angry too.
And he was angry about her threatening to call the police?
Yes.
Did you ask him after this happened, did you think about it?
Yes.
What was his what was his answer to that?
He goes, not really.
And when you asked him, when people were looking for Mollie Tibbetts, did you ask him, what were you thinking?
Yes.
What was his reaction to that?
I remember he just shrugged his shoulder and he goes, I didn't think about it.
Did he say that he felt bad?
No.
Or did he say that he blocked out everything or tried to?
The part where he got angry, yes.
This interaction with Cristhian Bahena Rivera at the roadside, Ms. Romero, lasted how long in the car? What?
Again, I don't have exact times, but it was probably an hour or so.
Okay. And at any point in time, did you go back into the cornfield to observe the area where Mollie Tibbetts had been found?
No.
Ms. Romero, just to finish this up, did you drive back to the sheriff's office with the defendant?
Yes. No, not with the defendant.
Okay, but you went back.
Yes.
The man that you've just recounted these statements that he gave to you on August 20th and 21st, is he seated here in the courtroom?
Yes, he is.
Please point to him and describe what he's wearing.
He is right there, and he is wearing a light blue shirt with the gray dress pants.
Your Honor, the record should reflect that Ms. Romero has identified the defendant, Cristhian Bahena Rivera.
Record will so reflect.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Members of the jury, let's take a 10-minute recess at this time. Want to remind you of your admonition. You can leave your notebooks where they are. And again, we'll be back in about 10 minutes. And Mr. Romero, you may step down also, of course. Ms. Romero, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. And with that, Ms. Fries, you may cross-examine.
Ms. Romero, you said that Mr. Bahena made a statement that kind of gestured a slitting of a throat. Is that correct?
My mistake, it was not the slitting of the throat, it was just more of a sign. Like he went like this through to the neck.
All right. And so what did you understand him to mean when he did that?
I was asking him if where there was blood, either head, forehead, and I myself went head, forehead, which he said neck, and he went like this.
So my client specifically said that there was blood on her neck. Is that right?
That is what I understood from him, yes.
And from what you understood was that her neck was bleeding. Is that correct?
No, at the time he just said that there was blood in the neck, and that's how I took it.
You understand that her injuries are not consistent with that.
I was not aware of the injuries.
You don't know anything about the injuries in this case, is that right?
I know what the information that they have given me, yes, but not any details or anything in particularly.
That would be a different area for someone else to testify to, is that right?
That is correct.
Someone that has expertise in what her injuries were, is that correct?
Yes.
But from what Mr. Bahena said is that there was blood specifically on her neck, is that right?
When I asked him again, was there blood in the head, forehead? He's pointed to his neck like this, and he said in the neck.
And when he pointed to his neck, he had his thumb and his forefinger around his neck as if someone was being strangled?
Again, he just said that. I did not think of cut, strangle, or anything like that. I just was trying to understand where he saw the blood.
You've pressed my client many times for more details, is that right?
Yes.
You told him several times that you didn't believe that he didn't remember these details. Is that right?
I did not tell him that I did not believe him. I told him that I understood if he had that condition. I even remember saying that that could be a condition when someone blacked out. But no, I do not recall saying that.
But as far as what exactly happened, whether a knife was used or some sort of an object, you just don't know. Is that right?
That is right.
And that's because my client did not give you that information. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, he did lead you to the body. Is that right?
Yes, he did.
And what he did is he said, this is where this happened. Is that right?
He showed me the cornfield, and he goes, this is the cornfield where I came, took her out of the trunk, carried her on my shoulder, went inside the cornfield, dropped her on the ground, covered her with leaves, and I left right away.
Now, you were very clear to him that you wanted more information. Is that right?
In the car, yes, when I was doing the interview, I wanted more details. I was trying to have him remember what happened between the time that he stated that he did not remember how she got in the car, but he remembered when he took her out of the car.
Now, he wouldn't provide you with those details. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And specifically, when he asked or when you were pressed for details, he said, I brought you here, right?
He kept restating that, yes, I brought you here, deny. I brought you here, deny.
And another thing that he said to you is, what changes? Is that right?
Yes.
He knew at that. Many hours before, he was detained on an immigration hold. Isn't that right?
He was detained around 11:30 p.m. at night.
And when he was talking to you at this cornfield, that was approximately 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. Isn't that right?
We left the office at 4:30 a.m.
And he knew once you were there that he was going to be arrested for her homicide. Isn't that right?
At that time, when the 11:30 interview with the ICE agents, at that time he was under custody.
And specifically, though, ma'am, between 5 and 6 in the morning when you were at that cornfield, he has brought you to the body. He's led you in the cornfield, isn't that right?
That is right.
And he knew that he was going to be placed under arrest for her homicide, isn't that right?
What he was thinking, I'm not sure what his thoughts were.
Well, he had no reason to believe that he wasn't going to be held accountable, isn't that right?
I guess not.
And you asked him for more details,
Yes.
right? And he was simply unwilling to give them to you. Is that correct?
Again, I will not say the word unwillingly. He kept stating that when he got angry, he blacks out. So I'm not sure if he was not willing to do it or he was just describing a condition that he had. Again, it's not my area.
Now, you're trained in interview techniques, is that right?
I received, like I stated earlier, 16 hours of the CTK class.
Have you ever heard of the term false confession?
It was brought in one of the classes of the training, yes.
Explain for the jury what a false confession is.
Sorry, but I will not be able to do that because I do not have the knowledge of what it is exactly.
Explain what you were trained at the interview technique schools that you were at.
I do not remember going into details with the false confession. My training was direct in how to direct an interview, how to do rapport building, how to go ahead and get to know the person that you're interviewing, how to conduct the interview and manage like that.
Now, ma'am, you have some very reputable skills that I would assume, given your dual language, is that you did interviews quite a lot in your capacity as a law enforcement officer. Is that right?
It all depends what you mean quite a lot. I started my career with law enforcement, and I was doing this for 2.5 years almost at the time. So I was still brand new to all of it. And I was, yes, conducting interviews in a small town of West Liberty, which there were not a lot of interviews to be done. It all depends what a lot means to you.
It's generally known, it was generally known in the community that you were a native Spanish speaker. Isn't that right?
That is correct, yes.
And so if there was someone that was investigating a case involving someone that spoke Spanish, they would often bring you in to assist. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And have you ever been asked to assist in another jurisdiction such as this case?
No.
All right. Now, ma'am, I want to talk to you a little bit about report building. That's something that you've learned at the academy?
Yes, a little bit of it in the academy, but again, the report building skills that I learned were mostly at the CTK classes.
And specifically, what is rapport building?
Again, just getting to know the person that you're talking to, anything about family, history, employment, anything that we can go ahead and get out of the specific person.
And it sounds to me like you talked to my client for about 2 hours just doing general rapport building.
Again, I do not recall the exact times, but yes, the interview was long.
You did speak to him about a number of different things, is that right?
That is right. We spoke about family. He gave me a list of uncles and aunts.
You talked to him about his employment and where he worked, is that right?
Yes, that is right.
You also talked to him about how often he worked, is that correct?
Yes.
And he talked to you, and ma'am, I do have your not your transcripts, but the transcripts here if you'd like to look at them. But he talked to you about how often he worked at the dairy farm, is that right?
Yes, he did.
He told you that he worked long hours, is that right?
7 days a week, yes, 5 to 5 sometimes.
All right, and so he goes into work at 5 o'clock in the morning, is that correct?
That is correct, that's what he told me.
And then he would leave work at 5 p.m., is that right?
Yes, he said the 12-hour shift.
And he would work 7 days a week on his on week, is that right?
Yes, he told me that there were some every other weekend or something like that he was off.
So generally, there would be 1 week that he would work every single day, 12-hour days, is that right?
That was my understanding when I spoke to him.
And then the next week he would have 2 days off, is that right?
He said every other weekend, so yes, that's what I understand.
And that second week, so he'd work 5 of the 7 days, is that right?
I did not ask what week he was on at that particular time, so I'm not sure.
Well, let me ask you a better question for you. Generally, if it was a 2-week period, he would work 12 of the 14 days, is that right?
Yes.
And so I understand you don't know about what days were off, but he would work he would work 12 hours a day, 12 of the 14 days a week. Is that right?
Again, he told me he went in at 5 a.m., come out at 5 p.m.
And you didn't have anything to dispute that, is that right?
No.
He talked to you about his family in the area, is that right?
Yes.
You were able to connect to him that you both immigrated here to the United States, is that right?
Yes.
You told him that you immigrated here when you were 10, right?
Yes.
And he said that he came to the United States when he was about 17.
Yes, if I recall correctly, yes.
Did he tell you the area or the township that he was from?
Yes, he did.
Where was he from?
I do not recall the name of the town, but he was from the south part of Mexico. The state, I believe it was Guerrero.
That's what I thought was the town, so it sounds like you're following this better than me. Did you ask him about his parents and if they're still alive?
Yes, I did.
And did he tell you where they were?
They said that they were both in Mexico.
So they were still in Mexico in Guerrero, is that right?
Yes.
Did you ask him about if he had any siblings?
Yes, I did.
And did he tell you about his family?
Yes, he did.
And what family did he have other than his parents in Mexico?
He, well, in Mexico I do not recall anymore besides the parents, but I believe he mentioned a brother or sister. But we mostly focus on the family that he had here and around the area.
All right. In my notes, and I don't think I want to make you go through the interview here, but it is that he had 2 siblings, but your understanding is he had a sibling or 2 that were still with his parents. Is that right?
That was my understanding, yes.
He also told you that he's building a house in Mexico. Is that right?
Yes, he did.
And how is it that one works in Iowa, 12 out of 14 days of a week and still is doing that in Mexico?
Again, everybody, I don't know how he is doing it. The things that I know is that that's what a lot of immigrants do. That is what my parents did. We came here for a better life and we were building a house, meaning that someone does the construction work while you send money to them.
And it's not unusual for someone that is an immigrant in this country to still be sending money home to their family. Is that right?
That is right.
And is it unusual for a family to be separated where, part of the family immigrates to the country and the other part of the family stays there?
That's not unusual.
Why would a family do that?
Because of their immigration status.
Now, with Cristhian, him sending money back to his family to take care of his family, is that something that's unusual?
No.
Now, the money that someone can make in the United States versus in Mexico, is that significant?
I will say so. To be honest, I came here when I was 10, so I do not have any knowledge of how much money you can go ahead and make in Mexico.
All right. But he told you that he was working here so that he could send money back to his family. Is that right?
That is what he said.
He also talked to you about what he did on his time off, his 2 days out of those 14 days. Is that right?
Yes.
He said that he had a young daughter, a 3-year-old. Is that right?
Yes.
Her name was Paulina.
I do not recall the name.
Right. Did he tell you that he spent time with this child?
Yes, he stated that he drove down to the Cedar Rapids area where she was living with the mother, and that he used to bring her over to Brooklyn.
So his daughter would stay with him, you know, those 2 days out of the every 14 days. Is that right?
He stated I would go and get her during the weekends that I'm off.
All right. Now, my client also talked about his family that is in the Iowa area. Is that right?
Yes.
And specifically, he told you that he chose the location that he did because he had uncles in the area. Is that right?
Yes.
He told you that he had uncles in Tama County. Is that right?
Yes.
I think he said he had 4 different uncles in Tama.
I do not recall the number, but yes, there were quite a few.
He also told you that he had a family in Brooklyn. Is that right?
Yes.
It sounds to me like he had some aunts that would take care of him and kind of cook food for him when he had a lunch. Is that right?
That is right. He stated that the uncle's wife was the one who prepared his food.
He also showed you a picture of his daughter. Is that right?
No, I do not recall that.
You don't recall him showing you a picture of his daughter?
No, I do not remember that part.
If I showed you a copy of your transcript, would that assist with that?
Yes.
All right. May I approach?
You may.
If you could turn to, and this is 170434. If you could turn to page 10. This is yours. Yeah. Now, ma'am, this was over an 11-hour interview. Is that right?
That is correct.
And I'm not expecting you to remember every single detail. But it does say that it does show that you asked to see a picture of his daughter. Is that right?
I'm not seeing where I asked him to show me the picture. I was asking him for the cell phone number.
Okay.
And right now, when you see my cell phone, I have in the background my own baby, and that is what I saw in his cell phone. He did not show me the picture like this, and when this is my daughter, it was just in the background of the cell phone. And I asked, "Is that your daughter?" He said, "Yes."
All right, that makes sense. So because it talks, and I don't have it right in front of me, I can bring it up, but there's some sort of a statement that you say, oh, that's your daughter, is that right?
Yes.
And then you say, oh, she's cute, is that right?
Yes.
So you didn't ask to see a picture of his daughter, is that right?
No, I remember I did not even recall saying, hey, show me the picture of your daughter, or him going like this. It was in the background of the cell phone.
It's just that you happened to see it when he was looking at his cell phone. Is that right?
Yes, because my pen was not working correctly, and he actually let me borrow a pen.
All right. So after the rapport building that happens, and we talked about some of the things you talked about, but you got to know him fairly significantly. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that we spent time talking.
The next thing, you did talk to him some about his status. Is that right?
Yes.
And we already talked about he came to Mexico when he was 17. Is that right?
Yes.
You talked to him about how it is that he's able to, I guess, function, in the United States without a legal status. Is that right?
Yes.
And my client didn't make any sort of statements or try to represent to you that he was legally in this country. Is that right?
No.
He was very upfront with you that he was here illegally. Is that right?
Yes.
He was brought here when he was 17, and he's just remained. Is that correct?
He told me that he had been in the United States for 7 years and 4 in Brooklyn.
One thing that you were very clear to him on the outset is that you were not here to investigate his immigration status. Is that right?
I do remember telling him a couple of times that I was not interested in his status.
And so specifically, you said you were worried about this girl's disappearance. You were not the immigration police. Is that right?
At one point I did mention that, but not at the beginning of the interview.
Well, why don't you look at page 26 now?
Is there a particular part?
There's no lines there, so I think you're going to have to read the entire page.
Mr. Rivera says, well, when you apply, so you don't struggle. So I said, so you don't struggle, but oh, you have registered at work. Mr. Rivera answers, yes, at work.
I'm not asking you to read it out loud. If you could just look at it yourself,
Okay,
I'd appreciate
sorry,
it.
So yes.
And you were very clear with him that you were not here to investigate his immigration status. Is that right?
Yes.
And he was very clear to you that he was in this country illegally. Is that correct?
He told me that he was using another name and social security number.
And specifically that he was working under the name of John Budd. Is that right?
Yes.
He talked to you about using that name. Is that right?
Yes.
He said that he has no credit cards, debit cards, or anything like that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Basically, he uses that name so that he is able to work.
Yes.
And then he cashes the check and operates with cash. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what he told me.
Now, the statement that you had about immigration, that you were not here to arrest him for immigration, you genuinely believed that at that time. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, there were people that were not in the interview room that were making the big picture decisions on the case. Is that right?
Yes.
How many other people were there working on that case from the FBI, DCI, any sort of law enforcement agency?
I'm not able to tell you that. I don't know.
From what you saw, were there more than 10 people?
No, that I remember. I mean, I do remember like 4 or 5 of them.
Well, you are aware that when my client was brought into custody, that his vehicle was also being processed. Is that right?
At the beginning of the interview, I was not aware of that.
You were made aware of that at a certain time. Is that right?
That is right.
And specifically, you were told at that point in time that there had been hair that was found in Mr. Rivera's vehicle. Isn't that right?
Later on in the interview, yes.
And explain to me, who told you that there was hair that was found in the vehicle?
I do not recall who told me that. I was going outside for breaks. I was gathering information, and I was going back then to conduct the interview.
Well, at that time, you were made aware that my client's vehicle was being searched and was being processed by the Division of Criminal Investigation. Is that right?
Again, I'm not sure who was investigating the vehicle. I was aware that the vehicle was being investigated, but not sure who it was.
And I'm not asking you when, but at some point in time during that night, you became aware that simultaneously, as my client's being interviewed, his vehicle is also being processed. Is that right?
That is right, yes.
And one of the things that you were told was that there was hair that was found in that vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it was believed that that hair may be from Mollie Tibbetts. Isn't that right?
I do not recall telling him that it was from Mollie Tibbetts. I believe I told him that there was hair found with the information that I got from the outside, but I did not mention Mollie Tibbetts.
You went in and you confronted my client saying that there was hair found in the vehicle. Is that right?
I informed Mr. Rivera they were telling me that there was hair found in the vehicle.
And you essentially were saying, hey, explain this. Is that right?
Yes, which he stated that it was hair from his daughter.
You later found out that the statement or what you were told was not true. Is that right?
Later on, again, I do not recall that.
All right. So
I did not. People were not there telling me, yes, this is true, this is not true. Was given the information, going in there, conducting the interview.
Right. So it would be for this jury to listen to the evidence and to find out if hair was actually found in the vehicle. Is that right?
That is someone else's part to explain.
But one of the things that you confronted him with is that there was hair in his vehicle. Is that right?
I informed Mr. Rivera that there was hair.
And as far as the immigration, what you told him, it turned out to be a lie. Is that right?
No, it wasn't a lie. I was not there for immigration status. I was not there to ask him about his status at all. I was there, again, to conduct an interview, and that's what I did.
One of the tactics you were taught to use is to present a suspect with information that ties them to the crime. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And sometimes investigators use false information to present to a suspect. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And the information that you told him that you were not worried about his immigration status, that changed at 11:30 p.m. Isn't that right?
That did not change because I was not interested in his immigration status.
Well, at about 11:30 p.m., he was placed in custody for immigration. Isn't that right?
ICE agents, correct.
Okay, so a break was taken in the interview, and he was put in custody for being illegally in the United States. Is that right?
That's what I understood at 11:30, yes.
My client had just gotten off of work or was finishing the day at work when he was brought in. Isn't that right?
I'm not sure. I was not given that information.
Well, that's what he told you.
He told me
in 1706 would be 5:06
5:06 p.m.
So that would be approximately the end of his day at the dairy farm. Is that right?
With the information that he gave me, yes.
And that interview continued through the night. Isn't that right?
Yes.
So he was given breaks, but he was in a small room at the sheriff's office from 5 p.m. at night until 4:30 the next morning. Is that right?
Yes, that was only 8 to 9 breaks that he was given. He was given food. He was given breaks to use the restroom. He was given number of breaks to just be by himself. Yes.
His family came and asked to talk to him. Isn't that right?
I'm not sure what the family asked. I was told that there was family out in the lobby, and I went outside to talk to them.
So you talked to his family. Were you able to get their names?
No, I was not.
There were 2 people there. Is that right?
I recall seeing 3 of them there.
When you talked to them, you suggested that they go home.
I told them that I wasn't aware of how long this was going to go ahead and go for, that it was late, that if they wanted to go home, that they could.
Did you ever chance his family with him?
Aware that he had family out in the
aware that he had family out in the lobby?
Yes.
If you never made him aware that he had family out in the lobby.
It was recorded, so it will go
somewhere.
Somewhere, yes.
All right. Did you offer him a chance to go speak with his family?
No.
You just told
him he was. He continued to stay. He continued to talk to me.
At some point, you talked to my client several times about helping himself. You recall that?
The word help, it's translated in a different concept in Spanish. So I'm not sure what you are referring to when I said help.
And so you believe that the transcript is wrong, is what you're saying, or?
I'm not saying that it's wrong, but in my opinion, there are parts that me being a fluent Spanish speaker, I will say that they're not translated the correct way, but that is just my opinion.
May I approach?
Go ahead.
Ma'am, these transcripts, first of all, they've been authored by the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what I was told, yes.
So that's their translation. Is that right?
That's what I was told, yes.
And what you're saying is that their translation is not what you believe the translation is?
In my opinion, again, there are parts in the transcripts that I believe were not translated the correct way and the reason why I'm saying this is by looking at the video and reading what they translated.
Would it be fair to say that there's different dialects of Spanish?
Yes.
Explain that for.
There are different words that you can go ahead and use. There are parts of Mexico that when you say cookie, it could, for others, it might be like slapping someone in the face. So it's different words that describe different things. It's just hard to explain.
And so my client, he's from Guerrero, Mexico. Is that right?
Guerrero, Mexico, yes.
You say it much better than me. Where are you from in Mexico?
I'm from the north side. I'm Durango.
What is, as far as dialects, can you give this jury any information on different dialects?
Not really, but I do understand that there is different forms that we talk. Just like anywhere in the United States, if you are from the north, if you're from the south, it can go ahead and have different accents, different dialects, and that is the same way that has happened in Mexico.
And for example, using the term hey, or hello, are there different ways to say that depending on where you are from?
Yes. It will be like saying soda or pop. I mean, in the United States, it's just different.
All right, so let's go to page 11 first, and I'll give you a little bit of direction.
What number of the transcript?
It is 2027-35. And it's about towards the middle, and I don't want you to read it to me, but let me know when you've had a chance to read the phrase. I think you use help 2 different times. Have you seen it?
Yes.
And what you say is, you can help me understand so you can help yourself.
Yes.
And at that point, you're I guess, suggesting that you are able to help my client. Isn't that right?
No, that's not the way that I see it. When I said help me understand, in Spanish it will be ayúdame a comprender. Help me understand what you're trying to say. It's like talk school. Help you are saying. So that is the meaning of.
And you use multiple, you say, let's help each other out. We're here to help each other out. You agree with me on that, is that right?
That is correct.
Another thing, you go through the different transcript places, but you're telling me that we're here to help you out. That's another phrase that you used several times, ma'am. Telling him that, but that's not what you said. Is that right?
Again, it's just difficult to explain in Spanish because when you say it in Spanish is, I'm gonna go ahead and talk Spanish, but it's just ayúdame a entenderte, ayúdame a comprender. Okay, yes, but like what I mean.
So
translated myself.
would you agree with me that if you were to translate it yourself, it would probably be about 10% inaccurate?
I will not say that, but I will be able to understand it better, yes.
All right, you think that you would be able to explain it better, is that right?
That is right.
And someone, and again, it looks like it's transcribed by a Kathy Yanez, but someone has a disagreement with you on how this translation would read, is that right?
What do you mean by that?
The person taking down this information takes it down differently than you would, is that right?
Yes.
And that may be different from what my client would, is that right?
It could be.
Another thing is that he's also being interrogated, and you'd agree with me that this was an interrogation, correct?
I do not agree with you on that.
Okay, well, he was a suspect here, is that right?
I did not make him aware that he was a suspect. I did not have anything to hold him as a suspect at the time of the interview.
How many times have you interviewed a witness for 11 plus hours, ma'am?
That was the first time, yes.
All right, and in this case, he was not only interviewed for 11 plus hours, he was interviewed right after he finished a long day at work, is that right?
Yes, that was the understanding.
And he's not somebody like you and me that goes and sits at a desk all day, correct?
With the job description that he gave me, he was not.
He's cleaning pens, is that right?
Yes.
He's scooping poop.
Yes.
He's on his feet or some other machinery all day, is that right?
Did not ask him that.
All right.
I'm guessing.
Well, this man, he works a tough job for 12 hours a day, 12 out of the 14 days a week, isn't that right?
That is what he told me, yes.
And then he's brought in and he is questioned from you on and off for 11 plus hours. Isn't that right?
The interview went for 11 hours, yes.
And it was not until the very end, the last couple of hours, that he was willing to give you really any information. Is that right?
That's not the way that I took it.
Okay. He agreed that he saw her out running. Is that right?
Yes.
But other than that, he did not give you any significant information until the last couple of hours.
He did give me information.
Okay, what information did he give you?
It will be recorded in the transcripts.
Okay, that's fair. This man fell asleep multiple different times during this interview. Is that right?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Well, he was given breaks. Is that right?
Yes.
And during those breaks, he fell asleep multiple different times.
I was not aware of that.
So you don't believe that my client fell asleep during this interview?
I did not see him fall asleep during the interview.
And you disagree, noticing that he was tired?
I do not disagree with you. At the end of the interview, he looked tired, I looked tired, everyone was tired.
Well, let's turn first to (2027-35). And if you could go to page 15.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, go to page 21. If you could read, it's about 10 lines in. Do you recall, ma'am, and just to be clear, this transcript at 2027-35, that deals with the military timestamp, is that right?
Yes.
So that would have been at 8:35 at night that night, is that correct?
Yes.
So about 3 hours into the interview.
Okay.
And at that point in time, it appears that you're walking back into the room, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you acknowledged to my client?
I said you fell asleep.
And so, do you recall walking back into the room and seeing that he was asleep?
No, I do not recall that. I asked him because I took a little bit to come back.
What does he respond back to you?
He did not admit or anything. He just goes, mm-hmm.
And just a little bit?
Yes.
So you're telling this jury that you agree that you said that, is that right?
Yes.
Or are you saying that it's an inaccurate translation?
No, I'm telling you that I do remember telling him that because I took a long time to come back from that break. And what I'm telling the jury right now is that at the time that I spent with Mr. Rivera, and all of that time, Mr. Rivera did not put his head down, did not act as he was sleeping. When we were in the conversation, he was very engaged. He was answering the questions that I was making, and at no point I saw him sleeping.
All right, let's go to page 22 now, ma'am. It's the same transcript. And if you could read the last portion. And just let me know when have you had a chance to look at it, or do you need more time? And just to kind of, I guess, bring you to where you were in the conversation, he's talking to you about a date that he was supposed to have with a woman. Is that right?
Yes.
And he did talk to you about that he was supposed to have a date with a woman on July 19th. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you talked about it with him a little bit, that he had even bought the woman flowers. Is that right?
Yes.
He had arranged through his cousin to get flowers because he's working normally during the day. Is that right?
Yes.
He had said that he had cleaned his car so that it was ready for this date. Is that right?
Yes.
He said that he was going to take this woman to Des Moines to go out to eat. Is that right?
Yes.
He said that they had bet on a soccer game or something. Is that right?
That is right.
And he said that he lost, so he was buying. Is that right?
Yes.
And he told you that that date was supposed to be on July 19th of 2018. Is that right?
That is correct.
And what he told you is that that date never happened because the
tornado.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Both were speaking at the same time. What was the answer? Jeffrey, did I get the answer?
What was the answer you said?
Because of the tornado, he was not able to visit.
This woman, she lived in Marshalltown, is that correct?
Yes.
And what happened to be is that this tornado in Marshalltown hit the day after Mollie Tibbetts went on this run. Is that right?
I do not recall.
Okay. But he said he was planning to take her on the date, and this tornado hit at the same time. Is that right?
Yes.
So going back to this interview, you're talking about this different date and who bought the flowers and everything. Is that right?
Yes.
And at that point in time, you excused yourself so that he could eat. Is that right?
Yes.
And what is it that he says?
He goes, "I am going to sleep here, ? So I can start making myself comfortable, right?" That was a joking matter. I took it because he's chuckled. And I said, no, don't get too comfortable.
All right.
I'll be right back.
And keep moving down the transcript, ma'am.
I told him, no.
You don't need to keep reading it, but go ahead and read it to yourself.
Okay. So where exactly do you want me to go from here?
If you could go to 24, page 24. Okay. And what's shown is that you go back into the room. Is that right?
Yes.
So you gave him a break. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at that point in time, you asked him how he was doing. Is that right?
Yes.
And my client told you that he was sleepy. Is that correct?
Well, I did not ask him. It was Sergeant Jeff that made the question, "How are you doing?" And he responded, "Sleepy."
So at that portion of the interview, my client acknowledged that he was tired. Is that correct?
Yes.
If you could go to 220904, that's the next transcript. And so that would be about 10 o'clock at night. And I'm sorry, go to the next transcript. It'd be 2350, so that would be at 11:50 at night. And if you could go to page 2, and it's at the top of the page. So this would be at about 11:50 at night. Is that correct?
Again, I do not remember the exact times.
Well, the transcript would have been, it's labeled that it's 2350:34, correct?
Yes.
So that would correspond with about 11:50, right?
Right.
And at the beginning of that transcript, you ask my client if he's sleepy. Is that right?
Yes, I said, "Are you sleeping, Cristhian?"
And he says a bit.
Yes, his response was a bit.
Now I'd ask you to go to page 32. In the top of the page.
Yes.
At that point in time, you also ask my client, you say, "You are sleepy, right?"
Yes.
And he says yes.
And again, chuckles.
Now, ma'am, I guess I can show portions of the video if need be that my client's sleeping, but I want to make clear, so are you saying that he was never sleeping when you were in the room, or are you saying that he was never sleeping?
I'm saying that he was never sleeping when I was in the room. He did not make any indicators. Whenever I make the question, as you can see, he chuckles, he jokes around with it, and again engages in the conversation with me.
So what you're telling this jury is that he was joking around about being sleepy.
That's how I took it, not particularly joking around, but when you ask me a question, I answer it and I chuckle or laugh. To my interpretation, that will be that I'm not being serious.
So you don't believe that he's sleeping?
Again, he was not sleeping when I was making contact with him.
Ms. Freeze and Mr. Brown, could I have you two approach, please? To the jury, that completes our service for today. I want to remind you of your admonition before I send you on the way. Make sure that you're not discussing the case with anyone. Make sure you're not doing any type of independent research, and make sure you're not having any media exposure to the case. We will start at the same time tomorrow, 8:30, and please leave your notebooks where they are. They'll be collected and then distributed to you tomorrow morning. Have a good evening, and we'll see you back here ready to go at 8:30 tomorrow morning. If you would step out into the hallway, Carrie is going to have a couple questions for you, and then we'll get you on your way, okay? Thank you.